but Jonah will be secured at least by Peter. The
What?
from afar, gets high, ends up losing his life, and Stage Triple G just basically falls
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show in this Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024, where we are going to see Group C once again back into the fray, and they will be battling against Group B. The only question is who will be moving up, who will be pushed down against the teams who are aiming to go to the top 12. I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the one and only Husky. We will be the voices that you will be hearing all throughout the day.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting weekend as always. I mean, formalities out of the way, we know that there are teams who are sitting at the top really comfortably. The view is definitely so much more different. Teams fighting for their lives, and today is another opportunity for teams to make a move to go up their standings, right? So many things are at stake. It's not just top 12 to head to the knockout stages. There's also the slot to the Esports World Cup, which by now should have sunk in for some of these teams. And not to mention that every time we head to the knockout stage, we reset all the points. So the teams do have time to study their opponents, but can they get that heads up in this group stage? That's what we're here to find out.
Yeah, exactly. And that is one reason as well why some of the teams are just chilling at it. I mean, they're not really giving that much in terms of performance compared to the earlier weeks that we have in the knockout stages, because they're comfortable already as to where they are. They're already part of the top 12, and it's very difficult for the other teams to really climb up and go against them. Even if they move a spot, one or two down, it doesn't risk anything for them. They're still heading in onto the point rush as well as the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think that now the fight has really, this entire group stage has really evolved to the fight of the bottom feeders, right? 12 spot still not really secured, so we get to see these teams really have a go at it, still struggling to secure their slot in the top 12. We're seeing teams go in and drop out. I think there are a couple of good examples. GOW Heavy, the Vietnamese, are having a rough time. Daewoo United also has been trying to get close to it, but barely even touching the door frame of that top 12 spot. Today they're given another chance, or at least this weekend they're giving another chance, and I think that's what makes it interesting, right? At least in a top heavy competition, we still have bottom feeders trying to fight for their spots.
Yeah, let's see who's going to topple over our standings right here. And it's a good point that you mentioned. Like, Heavy is just very, very close in there. Just like, I would say 1 inch to get a grab on the top 12. But they will be introduced together with Group C. And Group C, though they didn't play yesterday, they were not pushed down in there, especially WAG, Onyx Olympus. So they can do something right now to prevent themselves, their teams, from being pushed down. So it would be a struggle, power struggle, especially on that bottom part of top 12, and that's where it gets interesting. Yesterday, we've seen some of the teams coming from away from 13, 14, 15, slowly moving up, especially PE Sports. I mean, I love their evolution from yesterday. Hopefully, it continues for today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the fact that today is the penultimate day of the regular season means that it is literally the final rush, right? We're going to say goodbye to Group B after today. So 6 teams are clocking in their final 6 rounds. We're looking at, PE Sports Stalwart, Orkukazu, Heavy, Homebois, Reverse Red, and for Heavy, you already mentioned, they're always kind of a hair's breadth away from that top 12. They have tasted what it's like. They've smelled the feeling. They have been in the environment, but couldn't hold it together. But first, we're gonna recap of what happened yesterday. So for those who missed out, check it out.
Yep, and
1v1 LBT goes down. Duck trying his best to survive for RRQ. Mal on his feet as well. And it's now between RRQ and Falcon and the second booyah at Bermuda. On the periphery as well, the circumstances from the back. LBT dropping player after player back away. TOW now on the menu. And both players down. Esports walks away with the booyah.
1v2. Let's see if G'day would say good day, good afternoon, and good night.
Oh, Dew is playing to the final end, and so an Esports with the medic booyah.
2v3 situation, and let's see if Falcons will be able to fly high once again for the back-to-back. Now as Esports View goes in for the hit, rips one out, and there goes Team Falcons for the booyah, and the first booyah. There we have it. We've just seen a preview of what happened yesterday, but this is what has been happening for the past 3 months. We are now on the last week of the knockout stages, and as Husky mentioned, this is the penultimate day for the knockout stage, and we love how it's turning up right now. Hopefully, we will be seeing teams really give out all their best right now to reach the top 12, because as Husky mentioned earlier, this is the last time for Group B to play out. But speaking of playing out, this is what they're aiming for right now in every match, Husky.
Yeah, the cardinal rules of competitive Free Fire, Booyah gives you 12 points, all the way down to 0 if you finished 11th and 12th, and every single elimination gives you 1 point. And I think some teams, well, a handful of teams have proven the fact that eliminations is king, right? You look at placement points, they are only a fraction of the best teams' true power, and I think this point system is what's giving us so many interesting results, not just for this tournament, but across the entire lifetime of Free Fire.
Exactly. I mean, if in case they didn't get any points, especially for those going in 11 and 12, at least they have elimination points that they can work with, and hopefully they can grab a few more before being taken down. And from yesterday, I mean, there were instances wherein we are already in the second and the third phases, and no one has been thrown out from the lobby just yet. But just in case there will be any tie, this is what we are going to deal with. The number of booyahs will be calculated. If that still doesn't make the tiebreaker, total eliminations, and then what would follow would be survival ranks.
Yeah, and we have not had to look at survival ranks, thankfully, because that would be heartbreaking for any team who didn't make it. And Free Fire has always had a reputation of having the smallest of margins determine the biggest, the most important of results, right? A lot of times we don't even need tiebreakers. We just need 1 point to make the difference. And, you know, single-digit points has been the difference maker for who walks away with a championship title for the past, like, what, 4 World Series, which in of itself is out of this world.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's really heartbreaking. I have first-hand experience of this in one of the teams I handled, and they was just, it's not just about 1 point, but a couple of points, but it's devastating for a team who did so much. So hopefully the teams can do so much more, especially as we're going to see Group B and Group C right now. From Group B, we have Heavy, B Esports, RQ, Kazu, Homebois, Stalwart Esports, as well as Reverse Red. For Group C, we're going to have WAG, They Were United, Onyx, Olympus, Todak, Bermuda United, and attack all around.
Yeah, and for Heavy, they are the only team from Group B who is still not in the top 12, but within arm's reach. This is going to be their last dance, final 6 rounds, and they really got to buckle up because they've been moving in and out of the top 12, and you have to remember there are still teams who are just playing their first 6 rounds of this weekend, and of course 2 of them are right in front of Heavy, WAG and Onyx Olympus.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing I would say is Heavy has been a target by a lot of teams as well. They have been like hot dropping them, or probably vice versa, and that is where Heavy has been very heavy and keeping themselves afloat on the top 12. So hopefully with the 4 points that they need to get, or the 5 points that they need to get against Onyx Olympus, they will be able to move up and even more, because a lot of chase will be happening. But speaking of chase, the team who chased everyone out from the first 2 matches of yesterday's game, we have PE Sports. They have 5.1 in average elimination, currently 10th on a ranking. The same goes with damage at 3,297 and assist of 5.8.
Yeah, and it just so aligns with their current standing on the leaderboard, right? They are also in 10th place with a sizable lead over WAG, and also pretty close to RQ Kazu. One of the biggest reasons is that they are led by Nero, one of the support players of the team, and his stats might not be the most impressive, but he sure does show up when his team needs him the most. Though the one thing that I think people, when they look at Nero, is the headshot, right? He's placed 43rd out of all the available players in this competition. That is kind of on the lower quadrant of the player pool, but overall, gets his job done.
Yeah, and a good matchup against them would be Onyx Olympus. This team right now is hanging in there in top 12. The only question is, will they be maintaining that or probably moving up all throughout? 4.9 on average elimination, 3,211 on the damage, and 3.8 on the assist. Based on the numbers that we saw earlier against PE Sports, it's quite low, but it's a team effort overall, especially with Gardu right now leading the fray in terms of headshot. We have 2.4, currently 7th on our standings, and as well as 1.7 on the elimination. So damage is 1,048, and this shows that it's not just him doing all the work. It's a team that is putting up all of those efforts.
Yeah, you can definitely kind of pit him with the best snipers in this game, right? Placed overall in 7th in terms of headshot. That is an absurd stat to look at when you look at this comparison. In terms of eliminations and headshots, obviously Gardu miles ahead of Nero, but in terms of assists, that's where Nero shines. We talk about it, he doesn't have the best stats, he doesn't shoot the best, but you want him to give your team a kind of an edge in the battle. That's where you look at Nero, and I think this grab perfectly sums up the differences between these two teams, where for PE Sports, you pointed it out just now, Neptune, it's all about the teamwork.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's pretty much the same in terms of the graph, and it's just geared towards one or the other. And that is a balance that they need to work on. If they want to beat, or if they want, PE Sports want to maintain their place in the standings, they need to work on what's missing, and the same goes for Onyx Olympus. So there's a lot of stats right here that we can throw into the table, but that would be dependent on the team. If they can do the homework, they can do replay all the matches that they played, find out their mistakes, and improve overall. But this is one thing that hasn't changed all throughout the week, or the weeks, I would say. Tatsuya is still the first on active skill, followed by A124, and then we have Homer. And well, it really shows in the gameplay why these are the characters that players are using.
Yeah, ever since Tatsuya became a meta pick for our competitors, he has not left that podium. But it's good to see, the Andrew Awaken back in the fray. We've missed this gentleman a lot. Nairi now is part of the roster as well. And obviously, I think for me, the biggest addition is Suzy, giving a lot more coins. It's so much easier for you to earn those couple of bucks to get your arsenal topped up, to get your teammates back. It has also really influenced how these teams move in the game, right? So many teams are now focusing on the fact that you can revive your teammates easily, but then you have Arvon, who is just giving you intel across the map.
Yeah, I mean, Arvin can detect enemies in a 50-meter radius. That makes it easy for them to find out if the rotation can be good or if they can approach an opponent. They also have Dreki, who can spot for opponents that have been using medkits. So two of which in the pets use is more of information gameplay. But with that information, you will need a beastin so that you will be able to throw farther grenades, glue walls, flashbang, and even smokes 30% more.
Yeah, and of course, summing that out, we had Dreki, you get tagged, people see you when you try to heal behind a wall. But today's schedule is the same as always. We start with Bermuda, the El Clasico, and then we head to Purgatory for Game 2, Alpine for Game 3, Kalahari for Game 4, Nexterra for Game 5, and then we spin the wheel to see which map gets a second appearance.
And speaking of second appearance, it seems like Alpine has made a lot of appearance all throughout the knockout stages, because they have been playing, for those teams who are playing in there, they have been playing 21 times or 21 matches on Alpine. But right now, let's focus on Bermuda. The reverse red will be leading the fray right now in this map. But as we look at it, we have Buriram United as well as Attack All Around. Both of the bottom, like the second and the third, is coming from Group C. Yeah,
and I think a big chunk of BRU's stat on this map, the fact that they made it into second place, was off of last week's performance, right? Where they had a monstrous showing. They were racking up booyahs like nobody's business, now just comfortably sitting at the top. But thank goodness, well, I want to say thank goodness they're not here, but they're in Group C. So BRU, this is, I think, to make it worse, this is their first day of the weekend, right? So BRU, plenty of chances to show off, but again, for teams like Heavy, which we are seeing on our screens right now, this is their last dance. But all hope is not lost just yet. As much as the odds feel like it's stacked against Heavy, certain things they need to do for sure. Certain things need to go wrong for the teams in front of them, but it is still within their control. They need to have good games. They need to hope that certain teams, well, a few teams like PE and RQ in front of them are not doing too well. And if they can somehow kick those two teams or one of those two teams, out of the top 12, Heavy is actually going to secure themselves the point rush spot, which is a monumental task, to be honest.
I couldn't agree even more for that. And I was looking at how Heavy had made their mark into the scene all throughout the weeks, because I did mention earlier that they have been targeted by a lot of teams. But in terms of the balance of placement and elimination, they had a lot more of elimination, even a lot more against WAG and Onyx Olympus. It's just the placement because of how they are ending up with the teams early into the game or midway. So they need to work on getting more placement points this time around. And if they can deal with that or manage to secure a good spot of rotation, then that's where they can do what they do best. Take down enemies along the way, just wait for them all across the map and take a lead on each faces of the circle. Easier said than done, but I think Heavy has a chance to do it.
Yeah, I mean, they had to go through a minor roster overhaul, right? It's been so long since we last seen Heavy on an international stage. They definitely were not in any more series. They definitely were not here for the FFSI last year. So I think this appearance after such a long time means a lot to Heavy, and they are just so close to reinstating kind of their name in the international stage. And today kind of is their last chance to really hold their face by the horns and make something out of themselves. But again, it is not easy when you're looking at the teams that they are after. PE Sports and RQ Kazu, who both have almost 100 points in terms of lead in front of Heavy.
Yeah, I mean, and that is something that they really need to work on right now. RQ Kazu currently sitting in number 9, and it's like they have been chasing against Expand from yesterday. Probably it's because Expand will be resting. So this is where they increase the lead that they have against Heavy, as you did mention, since we're comparing the two teams. And this will make it difficult for Heavy to really catch up against them. But if they are just aiming against Onyx Olympus and WAG, who I would say didn't work well from last week, they have a good chance if they can really survive initial engagement. But let's go back to one team that I'm hoping that they will perform so well. That is PE Sports right now, currently on 10th place and only 12 points difference between RRQ Kazu and them. So they're coming from the same group, thus it's difficult to really get away that easily as both of them will be playing today.
Yeah, I personally did not expect kind of the gap between RQ Kazu and PE Sports to be this close, especially towards the end of knockouts, right? Because impressions that these two teams give me, PE Sports always is a slightly more inconsistent compared to RQ Kazu. And sure, RQ Kazu, they also have their flaws. They also have moments where you look at them and you're like, man, what are these guys trying to achieve? But the fact that they are now side by side and, like you pointed out, 12 points apart is in of itself a testament to how far PE Sports have come and how RQ Kazu are not really that secured anymore, considering how the competition has evolved over time.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of storylines unfolding right now, and a lot of storylines that will be ending by the end of the week. This is day number 2 of the last week of the knockout stages, and I would love to see what ending would be given to the teams right here. Though we have a few teams who have struggled overall all throughout, like pointing out Team Flash, they are doing a lot of good engagement, but unfortunate for them, have been targeted a lot more, making their average top 3 average all throughout the knockout stages not even hitting 5%. The same goes for Homebois, but yesterday they show a little bit more in terms of their performance, and that just rattled the cages of those who are trying to catch up in the top 12, because they're not expecting that if they challenge Homebois that they will be fighting back, that it would not be an easy fight for them if they go against Homebois.
Yeah, I think that, you know, a lot of Homebois fans, they kind of wish that this version of Homebois came like a week or two ago, right? Because, you know, this is also their last 6 rounds, Homebois conspiracy. I think it has definitely sunk in that they will not be, you know, going forward after today. But at least, I think if you go out, you want to go out with a bang, don't leave a mark on the international stage. And then at least Homebois conspiracy, they're trying to make that happen. There's one team I personally want to look at, and I have been observing for quite a long time. It's WAG, a team that you slightly pointed out, right? They have a lot more survival points compared to eliminations, and that has been the trend for this Vietnamese squad. They are just really good survivors, but not that good when it comes to gunfights. Perhaps that is something that the teams can take advantage of, especially when you want to overtake WAG. They've been surviving by literally being a survivor, but they're not really fighters. We'll see. Let's see if that changes today as we head into game 1. It's going to be Bermuda.
Yeah, the OG map, the green grass of home of Free Fire. This is where the day begins, and this is where we find out if any from the top teams will be toppled. That earlier, a lot of storylines has been mentioned by Husky and I from the beginning of this day, and this is where we find out if the story will continue. The flight path, though, will be coming from Rimnan Village and going in across a riverside. It is geared towards the northeast, but those going in for Sentosa, if I'm not mistaken, this is where the target of IndoStars is not playing at this point. So I guess there's no one that would be worried about heading to that area.
Yeah, and I think one of the few interesting trends when Expand and BRU are in the same lobby is that Peak is always conceded to BRU, right? Like Expand, they love that area, but not when BRU is playing, because that is obviously one of the fiercest team we have overall in the competition. Onyx Olympus, though, gets a very juicy drop around middle, completely uncontested. So they get kind of an ideal start, right? Considering that they need to pull ahead in terms of points. Well, we talk about WAG not really being fighters, but they run into Todak and they've already secured 2 for themselves. This is the perfect start. We'll make it number 3 as Wings becomes the final survivor of Todak.
Yeah, Wings might be clipped right now, especially as his position is not a very, very good one. He's above 3 other players of WAG, and here comes one who might be able to jump up on him, but I guess the catapult is going away from this area, though. Smart move for them, and let's see if they'll be able to continue. And well, there you have it. We have 3 eliminations already coming from WAG. A good start for them, and hopefully they can do more.
Yeah, a dream start for WAG, in fact. The fact that currently they are quite ahead of Onyx Olympus is kind of a shocker, right? A minor shocker to me, because I would expect Onyx Olympus to be ahead of them. But WAG, they're not done just yet. We talked about them and Heavy, and Heavy needed that. So Kabi will get first blood for his team, but Dolphin immediately gets bought back.
Yeah, I mean, that's information gameplay. They know that opponent will be in there on that area, on that ridge. And, well, they can opt to move against them or probably move away from the area. Speaking of moving away, RQ Kazu needs to move away because Reverse Red is already in here. 2 down already. And recovery is being done onto Maal. Now, Abai High is trying to going in for Razor's revive. And, well, they need to head away from the area, as we have visuals of Heavy going against Homebois right now, and it was Heavy who managed to grab one of the takedown earlier against one of the teams.
I think Heavy understood the assignments, right? No more playing slow. You have to somehow find a way to speed up the pace and take these kind of individual isolated fights. And this is just so well done by Heavy. They managed to isolate Alif, and Butterfly finds himself completely outnumbered. He will be swarmed. And that means Heavy, they are just cashing in on individual eliminations. And Wafias will try to keep his team afloat at least, but no finisher for him. And that means Heavy, they get to keep going.
Yeah, they need to get going. Woi has been revived already, and they are 4 man strong once again. Pocket Market being used by Faiz, losing or using up all the resources and the coins to bring back one of their teammates. But he's still not out of the woods just yet. He's shown his presence. He's now targeted by a lot of teams, but this distraction is working for the rest of Homebois because they'll be able to hightail from this area.
You have to sacrifice Faiz. He has done his job. Just gotta accept the fact that the rest of the round hinges on everyone else. RQ Kazu, on the other hand, we're running into reverse red, and that is a crucial pickoff. Saming going down means that reverse red has lost all sorts of kind of long range support.
Yeah, I mean, that's long range support that he's been doing for quite some time for Reverse Red, but it doesn't end just there. There's a chance for them to be revived. But as you can see, Reverse Red doesn't stop in there with loss of one of their players. They are trying to go in against Abaya High, but shots coming from across is making them stop right now. Abaya High, though, doing his best to climb up slowly but surely onto that pillar, and we'll see if he will get spotted or will he be able to pull out the surprise. But I guess Abaya High fell for another team or a different team, and let's see if he will be able to defend himself or will the teammates move in for the rush.
Mao definitely was able to hold his own weight by repelling reverse red, but can't say the same for Legolas, who ended up getting traded out, and I believe Exposy was the one who found him with that Mac 10, and Abeihai now is completely high and dry. He's left out on that pillar. This damn fight is a bit tough, I think, for RQ, considering the fact that they are not really able to play together. Nameless, he just got back. He's going to drop in and try to find those finishers. As you can see on that kill feed, Diamond and Exposy, they are finding those knocks onto RQ Kazu. Nautic Olympus on the other side, while they ran into the worst enemy of all, is Buriram United.
I mean, a team who wants to keep afloat in top 12 is going against a #1 team of knockout stages. Not looking good for them, but Jack managed to go in for the hit. It's only one remaining. Gardu is the only one and needs to get away, but receiving a lot of damage right now, and it's very difficult for him to do so. Joel has been revived and is now going back. A little bit of inhaler action right now to get away from Vuna, but Vuna has already stalked him and is trying his best not to be hit by Gardu, but here comes a 1v1. Hopefully he can finish this in time before the rest of the team goes in. Gardu managed to pull up a glue wall to save him, but the melters are in.
Yeah, that is his second last glue wall. And it's not even going to get a chance to use the last one. And Joe, he has to start running away. Currently, the elimination leaders is going to be Reverse Red with 6 under their belt. I think a big chunk of that came from taking down RQ Kazu. Heavy finds a new challenger, and it's their own compadres from Vietnam. It's PE Sports knocking at the front door.
Yeah, PE Sports right now team has really shown so much potential from yesterday. Gabi's having some trouble, needs to get away using that Tatsuya to rush through. Here comes Woi onto the side, taking in a challenge of one of the players of PE Sports, but needs to back off. 3 of the players remain right here. Kabi has been revived, and there's plenty of Free Fire coins for him to work with if in case one of their teammates will be brought down. But here comes Woi for the hit. Unfortunately, Don't Cry pulls up the shotgun.
And I think Heavy, they're going to call for disengage. Great decision right there. Do not need to commit more. Abe Haido finds revenge by taking down Nameless. Reverse Red, they just want to get on top of this hill and ends up losing one member in the process. You see Sami positioning of kind of at a posted up afar just to see if he can provide support, but truth be told, this warehouse fight is not going to benefit Saming. There's not much angles for him to look at. We'll see Abe High, and he's going to call for Diamond to go for the rush. And Abe High loses that one. Exposy, good coverage from behind, and the swing to find Legolas. 2 for Reverse Red.
Good bench coming from the team, and that is a precision gameplay for this team. We have 1 diamond going in for the rush. We have in the mid, we have Nameless, as well as from distance Saming, and that is why Reverse Red works quite well. They cover all the bases, they know where the enemies are running, and I guess this is a chance for them to take down Maal. And Fam's making Miles the only guy remaining for the team of RRQ Kazu. Will he survive? He does have a sniper, but it's very close range just in case one of the players from Verse Red jumps in.
Esports on the other hand, well, they're going to run into attack all around this time. not the easiest of opponents to fight, especially attack all around. They have been really amping up their gameplay, finally squeezing in the top 5 and joining the rest of Thailand to lead the entire leaderboard. The limit does go down, and Nero somehow finding him. Jump God gets himself a 1v1 and nicely Don't Cry and executes him in private. But PE Sports, they're putting up decent resistance. Ban was able to get Keroro down, but again, no finisher means that PE Sports will end up being outnumbered. Pungod runs into another PE Sports member, but barricades himself behind a glue wall. Finds solace, but ends up getting shot by way from afar as the Vietnamese come together to try to eliminate attack all around.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough spot right now coming from attack all around. The recovery has been done, but PE Sports will not be their opponent. We are seeing Heavy right now rushing through, and Heavy, as we mentioned earlier, is trying to do their best to gather as much point as possible and catch up against Onyx Olympus. But on 9 minutes into the entire Bermuda, we still have 12 teams remaining that might be chaotic later on.
See Heavy 6 eliminations and doing well so far, even though every single member of the team has been revived at least once. But by participating as a third party in that earlier fight, they get some points, and they get some points for elimination, and at the same time get to restock on that armory, which overall I think benefits Heavy moving forward, right? This is what we've been touching on a little bit. If Heavy can somehow make it towards the end of the circle or the final phases, you kind of combine it with their prowess in terms of gunfight, they can actually get a lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, one tough thing for Heavy right now is everyone just stepped into the blue, and though there's only a few players coming from attack all around that they're dealing with on the ground, from the high ground, there's a lot of coverage being done by attack all around. Thus, it's making it difficult for Heavy right now just to get back that easily into the battle. But Todak, well, with one elimination already first on to the next phase, and might have targeted Onyx Olympus, but we're only seeing Kiba right now in this area, which make it difficult to understand if they are still live and kicking. But I guess Kabi will, or rather, Kiba will be going down from the hands of Todak, but there's no elimination for the entire team just yet.
So far, Trap is the one that has been getting these eliminations, and Nero, he is still going. RQ Kazu not catching a break this game. They are constantly being hunted down. WAG clearly with the sidearm means that they don't really have too much resources, and now caught between two teams is Homebois Conspiracy on one side and the Lone Ranger on Ma'au on the other. But Homebois Conspiracy doesn't feel that they are ready to fight this, taking some chip damage as they go for the rotation, but with the blue zone closing in, this feels like an inevitable fight. Homebois Conspiracies will need to come up with a plan to take on WAG.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing with placement right now, trying to stay safe outside, chase it down, but damage per second is increasing, especially as now we are now in third phase of the circle. And WAG is just hunting them down, but here comes two players coming from Homebois. Clarion trying to survive this battle. Unfortunately for them, Cyrus has been eliminated already, making it difficult for them to fire back that easily. Dolphin, though, has a portal go to work with, goes in for the rush, might be backstabbed by Luffy, and Dolphin is the first to goes down, followed by Clarion, and Homebois will be grabbing a few more of the points and challenging those who's trying to get away from the bottom 12.
What a crunch from Homebois Conspiracy, completely catching Dolphin off guard. Naruto Kazu waves goodbye to game number 1 again, never really getting a chance to play the game. They were losing gunfights, reviving each other, and then getting hunted down by teams again and again. Heavy also dropping like flies. This is not the ideal situation for the squad. Attack all around on the other hand, also getting bombarded by shells and led from the side of Stalwart. WAG though will be in 11th place, followed by Heavy in 10th.
So there's still a lot of battle happening all around, but the teams that we mentioned earlier from the beginning of the show has been brought down a little bit too early. But there's no surprise right there. We have Stalwart Esports, who's done so much better, especially in this week, and we also have Attack All Around, who did the best week that they had from week number 5, if I'm mistaken, of the knockout stages. But they have been eliminated with 7 teams remaining. Reverse Red might be able to take most of the damage as well as most of the numbers of elimination they did. They are now elimination leader, safe as well inside the next phase, and still 4-man strong.
Still 4-man strong. They are currently in 3rd place on that leaderboard. Quite a sizable distance between them and Falcons, and definitely way too far behind BRU. But still, the entirety of this knockout stage, Reverse Red have been cooking up a storm. They have been consistent in these fights. You give them a good game, and they really will show up huge. But I gotta say, Neptune, so far Reverse Red, they are looking clean in this game 1. 15 eliminations, and we're down to the final 6 teams.
Yeah, let's see and how much more they can do so far. They are topping everyone from Group B and C in terms of Bermuda map. And they only have 2 Booyahs though, so they're just doing so much more in terms of consistency in placement as well as a number of elimination. From what we've seen earlier, they're still doing it. And they're still back at it again. Onyx Olympus being eliminated in 6, and Saming continues the battle against Caramel as well as Do. I guess Stalwart Esports will be finished by the time Reverse Red is done with them.
Yeah, BRU, they're gonna be challenged by Todak, or are they the one becoming the challenger? Seems like BRU not really having the best time, already losing Get High. Moshi with the glue wall melter. How much damage can be done though? The artillery from afar. It seems like Dewa United, Apollo also wants to be a part of this conversation. Not to say that Reverse Red, the only team that is having a good time so far. BRU hunkered down behind this wall. Toda trying to brute force through them. The bulldozing from the Malaysian team is wreaking havoc as Wasana, he is isolated and he needs Moshi to back him up. Funa somehow gets to stand back up on his 2 feet. And BRU, through all of that chaos, is still maintaining 3 members.
That is the best way to see BRU. Even if they all have been gunned down, knocked down, they can still pick up each other on the battle. But it's very difficult to say right now as they will be taken out, especially as Dewa United has been introduced into the battle. But Reverse Red, earlier, before we switch cameras, we saw them fly into the next phase of the circle in the middle. And this time, they have a good chance to gatekeep everyone already on the 21st elimination. Only 2 to go, and it would be a Booyah for them. Another 4-man strong Booyah, and this time it is Reverse Red, our number 1 in Bermuda.
Number 1 in Bermuda, and their 8th Booyah in the knockout stage. And this gives me the perfect opportunity to talk more about Reverse Red. I've kind of brought up the fact that they have been consistent so far. They've really been cooking up a storm ever since Sami kind of joined the team, right? A mixed bag of veterans and new names like Nameless. And while he's definitely not Nameless now, people remember him, the new kid on the block, first international appearance and able to put up such a performance. But also because Reverse Red, they are at no risk of not making it to the Esports World Cup. They've already locked in the slot from a separate tournament during the break of FFWS Southeast Asia. So for them, they could be in 18th place by the end of tomorrow, and they will still go to EWC, which in of itself is a crazy feat to achieve, right? They went to Sao Paulo and they dumpster every single team, and that includes 6 Brazilian teams, mind you. So I don't know what else I can say. I think Reverse Red might be the new challenger that could perhaps one day usurp BRU. But for now, still BRU is one of the best we have.
Yeah, one of the best we had shown it, especially during one of the weeks that you had. That was a back-to-back day that they did. But Reverse Red right now, from the early parts of the knockout stages, they showed up. And then they rested a little bit when BRU just popped off. Now, since Bermuda United Esports is not showing that much, especially when they challenge or they were challenged by Todak, then that is where Reverse Red really shows the red into the battlefield. But as we look at the highlight right now, this is where everything started and where Homebois tried to challenge Heavy, but I guess Homebois did survive because we saw them a little bit midway into the map and making it difficult for the other teams really to move around.
Yeah, I think that the biggest, the saddest storyline while in game 1 was definitely Heavy having a solid start but not making it too far. It really feels like their nightmare is constantly catching up to them, right? They get great starts, they get elimination points, and all you need to do is to make it further into the game. But they either they kind of get caught mid-rotation or they just get ran down by a stronger team. It feels like this is a curse that Heavy has to bear, and that means that chances are running out for this team, and I don't know what else they can do, but I think they can stick to what they've done in game 1 and just try to survive a bit longer, because that's where they shine.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's where they really need to work on. And the way I'm looking at it, based on how I remember things, Heavy didn't put them so much of a point. I think they only had 2 points right there. And even if they had a good chance to chase against Onyx Olympus, they survived a little bit longer. But let's listen to what Reverse Red is going to say as we're going to head in for the interview for the Booyah takers of match 1.
Hey guys! Yay! Start today with a good booyah นะคะ from Reverse Land and this is Saming ค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ
I heard that the most booyah that Reverse Red gets in the day is double booyah, right?
เรา
Do you
ได้
think
สูง
that
สุด2
you
บูย่า
can get triple booyah today?
ปกติแล้วเราได้บูย่าสูงสุดอะคือ2 เกมติด
ครับ
เคยมีถึงคิดว่าจะทำได้ 3 เกมติดไหมคะ
ไม่คิดครับ ไม่อยากได้ครับ
อ้าว
I don't think I can get it and I don't want it
Why?
ทำไมอะ
อ๋อลิเวอรี่เขายิงอย่างเดียวครับเขาไม่เอาบูย่าครับ
River Red focus is to like get a lot of elimination yeah not just the point not just the บูย่า
You already get into the final round for sure. So what is your target goal for your team this week?
ดูแล้วว่ายังไงริเวอร์เรดก็เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลแน่นอน เพราะงั้นอะเป้าหมายของเราอะในอาทิตย์สุดท้ายอะคืออะไร
ยิงครับ
ก็คืออยากได้ก็คือเน้นแต้มยิงถูกไหม
ครับ
to gain a lot of elimination
Why I feel like you แบบว่า so upset today อะ
เราลมไม่ค่อยดีเหรอ
ไม่เหมือนน้องเศร้ามากเลยแบบคอตกเลยอะ หมิงมองกล้องดิ Okay anything you want to say to your fans
มีอะไรฝากให้แฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็
กล้อง
ก็เดี๋ยวไปเล่นต่อนะครับ ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับ
I will get back for the next match so please support us
Okay so if you want to say or want to see more about Saming นะคะ you can get into his social media he will be like another version of him นะ in there so let's get back to you Showcaster
Well, you heard from the man Saming, they're not too worried about booyahs, they don't really care about getting more booyahs. It's all about the eliminations, and they're definitely getting that done very well. I believe like they're in the 20s in terms of eliminations for this round alone. That itself, I think is a good testament to how far Reverse Red has come as a team.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're third in the placement, if I'm mistaken, against Burritum United has done so much. They are also coming up third, but very, very near to the elimination that the Falcons has done. But let's head over to the MVP, none other than Diamond. 5 eliminations, 4,006 on the damage, 7 headshots, and 6 on the knockdowns. Now, still wearing the Tetsuya. I mean, if you want to go hit and run in there, especially once you go in for the Slay, and that is what he's been doing all throughout that match.
Yeah, just getting very good support from the rest of his team, right? I think usually you would see Nameless being the one that is running in, guns blazing, but at this time I think it's good that we get to see Diamond show every now and then, and Nameless falling back to a bit of a supportive role with that A124, and Exposy being the perfect wingman for Diamond in a lot of these situations, being there to back him up, always coming in with the crunch and knowing exactly when to move in to catch the enemies off guard. That's what made Reverse Red so deadly in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even from earlier, the characters he used, he had the Joseph, just in case any of the stuns comes in, he will be guarded and he will be able to move around, and that is why he got 5 elimination. But let's not take it away against Saming, and I guess that was a Nameless as well. 6 elimination from that match. And overall, that is a total of 22 elimination, if my math serves me right. And Don't Cry in there sneaking in with the 4 elimination interface. So PE Sports is doing well, especially Don't Cry. Hopefully they can do a little bit more because they're very, very close against RRQ Kazu.
Yeah, very less teams can have the full squad on the eliminate leaders, right? I think Reverse Red staking their name there is definitely gonna leave a very deep impression. But key players for game number 1, we have Mr. 05 from Dewa United Polo, elimination by grenade, with Nero with 5 grenade usage, Saming with 24 blue wall used, and of course Wings being the literal savior for Todak, 6 revives on his teammates.
I mean, Wings really has given his wings on the teammates. We saw that earlier at the beginning of the match. He was the only one remaining for the team of Todak, and then we saw them go against Bermuda United. So that tells us the story, the whole journey that they have into that Bermuda map. But the Woodpecker has another chapter to be added, being number 1 in this match. Long-range engagement followed by the Trogon and Bison that will help him if in case they want to get up close and personal against the teams.
And I think the craziest part is we saw the evolution of the weapons in this knockout stage itself. We started with Bison being the most popular one, and right now teams are slowly gravitating to the Woodpecker. And I think overall, these long-range fights are becoming more and more important. That's how a lot of those end-game team fights, end-game skirmishes are decided, right? You take one guy out from long range, that basically sealed their fate. Reverse Grade with a monstrous game 1, 34 points, 12 from Booyah, 22 from eliminations, and Dewa United Apollo coming in second with 16, and a slower day for BRU with 14 in third.
Yeah, I mean, they're not phased at all in this performance that they have, even if they fall in against Todak and the other teams like Dewa United or on the last phase of the circle. But I want to look into Heavy and Onyx. They're tight right now, so the chase continues between them. Still 4 points between the team, and Onyx Olympus really doesn't want to let go of that top 12 spot. For WAG though, I mean, I guess there's a good chance for Onyx Olympus to catch up if they can do a little bit more, because WAG has been targeted a lot more times compared to what we've seen in the previous weeks.
Yeah, and I think right now for Heavy, it's really up to them, like you said, right? 4 points of difference, which isn't even the worst part. The fact that Onyx Olympus will still be playing tomorrow means that Heavy needs to have 2 days worth of rounds in terms of point lead to even stand a chance. And with how PE Sports and RQ Kazu sort of perform in this game, I think PE Sports, you can see that they're so much closer to catching up to RQ Kazu. That means that point gap between them and Heavy is going to continue to extend. So right now, this race into top 12 might be out of control for Heavy. The next closest team is actually GOW and Dewa United Apollo, which itself is quite far away from top 12.
Yeah, I mean, Dewa United needs 66 points if in case Heavy and GOW doesn't make any on the next map, or the next maps, I would say. And for GOW, they only need 28 points to go above Heavy. But easier said than done. Heavy tried to do it against Onyx Olympus. Unfortunate for them, they had the same points from that Bermuda. But let's see how will that work in Purgatory, where everything else will be changing. But hopefully they can adapt a little bit more. The teams who's leading here will be, well, Falcons, who's not playing today, but still back to Bermuda United Esports, as well as Stalwart Esports, and also Attack All Around if you take out GOW, who's coming from Group A.
Oh yeah, this one is going to be interesting as well, because prior to the second half of the knockout stage, BRU, you don't see them in top 3 for some of the maps, right? Bermuda was a good example, Purgatory was a good example, but now everywhere you go, it seems like BRU is an inevitability. It's like that Spider-Man meme, right? With Tom Holland, and then it's just BRU plastered on the wall. That's them right now, but again, Falcons, they are not going to be playing today, which means BRU are technically the best team that's going to be on Purgatory as we head onto that map for game number 2.
It's like everywhere I look, I see BRU.
Yes, I see BRU everywhere I go. There is no running away. It is
Yeah, I mean-
their world, and we're kind of living in it.
I mean, they made a statement already when the weeks that you were casting it and they were playing like back to backs Booyah, and that is the statement that they want to show. I mean, even if we don't do so well this time around, last week of the knockout stages, we're still in there. We're still in the top. And speaking of top, the flight will be coming from top to bottom, straight in the middle of the entirety of Purgatory rather. And as you can see, reverse red as taken a little bit close into Mode House right now, where in WAG will be very, very near them.
Yeah, and interesting enough is they are gonna start splitting up, right? Exposy and Sami, they're gonna head to the island itself, but Nameless and Diamond, they are sort of keeping watch and playing for intel. And I think Reverse Red knowing that there's a vending machine and a revival point on the island means that no matter what happens, they have a backup plan.
Yeah.
Trusting in the individual capabilities of Nameless and Diamond, they can hold their own weight.
I mean, that's a good plan indeed. Only need you don't need just plan A, plan B. I mean, if you can fill up the entire alphabet over all the plans that you have, especially in the beginning of the match, then it's a good way for them to work with. Going in splitting up, they are confident with their capacity on eliminating anyone, especially in the early engagement, and then they have information as well. And if in case the RNG forces the next phase of the circle where most of the players are, they have a good chance to kind of move them into somewhat their favor. But speaking of favor, Borim United right now, Funa might have gunned down, but they managed to take down one of the players of Onyx Olympus and instantaneously has been brought back.
Unlucky. If Moshi was not there, that was a free point for Gardu. So good on Moshi for being there for Funa. Onyx Olympus, great shot nonetheless. Homeboys though, you're gonna run into Todak. The HO battle, or at least for us locals, this is the HO battle that spans not just through the players but organization-wise as well. And funny enough, they are both currently at the bottom too, right? So this is an interesting development to see if Todak can somehow kind of kick Homeboys when they are already down and kind of push them further down the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, for both of the teams, well, they don't know really who exactly they're facing unless they like consistency and the drop spot, and it's I would say unfortunate for both of the teams because they are not doing much in terms of their performances. Todak though is a lot better in terms of getting placement point, but here comes some of the teams who want to grab the points against Todak, against Homeboys, and RRQ Kazu right now wants to peel away from the chase against PE Sports.
And I wonder what is going to be the move for Homeboys and Todak. Are they going to minimize their losses, or will Homeboys take advantage of this? Because RRQ Kazu, I don't think they know that there are actually two teams in this area. They've definitely dispatched most of Todak. Todak is left with just, I believe, one player, and now they run into fire. They would think that is the last of Todak, but then they will soon realize that there's actually a secondary team that they can beat. So RRQ Kazu, they came in hot, and they just got 4 points by basically free firing on the enemy team, and this could be their 5th one if they can find Alif. They find, well, Ma'ao gets shot down, but Alif instantly gets traded back. Luffy also is going to go down, just sprayed as Todak goes down off screen. So I guess the biggest winner might be RQ Kazu.
It looks like it. I mean, they grabbed 4 from Todak. They are left with only 1 remaining from Homeboy, so that makes it 7 overall, unless a revive has been done onto Homeboys, bringing back 1 more that they can shoot at. But it is a good run for RQ right now, making it difficult for PE Sports to really catch up. But I guess with all those engagement, this gets the attention of Heavy, and we are seeing a substitution as well on the side of Heavy. So hopefully this works for them this time as they're targeting RRQ Kazu.
Yeah, RQ Kazu just got off a big win, and it would be a tragedy if they go down right now. They did have a bit of time to recoup and regroup, so inventory shouldn't be big of an issue. V-Tan is going to go into the red, Now Indonesia, the building Storm Hans finds himself kind of surrounded by two people. Abe Hai from behind is gonna shoot him down, and suddenly Heavy finds himself completely outnumbered. Kabi needs time to regain health. V-Tan is on the ground, and now joining Hans in the grave, and it's down to just two, but Jonah trying to keep it together for his team. Abe Hai will be the next challenger, but gonna turn a corner and find the swing Heavy. Not going to overcome RQ Kazu.
Oh my goodness. RRQ Kazu has taken a lot of elimination. 10 eliminations already. And that is coming from 3 teams. It's just an unfortunate for Heavy though, because they even went down a little bit faster compared to Todak, or rather Homebois, who still have 1 alive and can bring back the rest of the teams. But it is what it is right now, and RQ Kazu is doing well, trying to get away from the chase, as well as get away from that 9th spot, because the only team that they're chasing at right now is Expand, and the difference between them is 31 points, so I guess that's a good start for them.
Yeah, they need all the points they can get, because Expand would be able to kind of play tomorrow without having to worry about RQ Kazu in the lobby. Right now, they both sort of get this free 6 rounds onto each other, and well, RQ get a head start for now. Attack all around, slowing things down a little bit, and look at the state of the leaderboard. Attack all around, definitely in a very, very comfortable position. I remember last week, one of the Thai teams got a booyah, most likely is BRU, and they sent a message, right? Because the interviewer asked, what do you have to say to Attack all around, who is the only Thai team not in the top 5, not in the VIP group? And they said, we'll see you there. We'll see you soon. And Attack all around, they made kind of made up with that promise, right? They fulfilled their end of the bargain, sitting in 5th place right now and pulling ahead, which is in of itself an impressive thing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, from last week, they really wanted to catch up. They grabbed 260 points in total, 5 booyahs for the entire week. I would say for 2 days, and that's just how it is for Thailand teams. If they say that they can do it, they try their best to do it, and it shows in the numbers. But this time around, let's see if anyone else will be able to catch up, pull up all those numbers, as Reverse Red almost has been taken down. 2 of them has fallen early into the battle against the stalwart Esports, but we also have one more do. Monkey C, let's see if he can do the takedown against Nameless. He does! Only 1 remains, and there goes Diamond for the jump, but he managed to take down 2, if not 3 of the players of Reverse Red, who might have been rattled at that point.
But they get access to the arsenal, so nothing was really lost, right? They get to stock up immediately. But I think good news for Stalwart, they're still in the game. Someone managed to get out. With the current elimination amount of eliminations Reverse Red have, they are officially the 3rd team to break into that 1,000-point Mile High Club, or High Mile Club, joining Falcons and BRU, which is again another impressive feat for this team. And also, Stalwart has really not been able to overcome Reverse Red in most of their confrontations, which also cements Reverse Red as a very deadly opponent to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, those Stalwart Esports taking a lot of booyah, but most of the time it's like they're in the same group, so most of the time it's more of elimination and then placement point. But in terms of how much more Reverse Red can do in the battle, they said it earlier during the interview, they're here to grab more eliminations. They don't care much of the booyah, and that is why they're ahead of Stalwart Esports right now by 76 points. So, and it's a good focus, because there's a cap for placement points compared to elimination, wherein you can go and increase your number of points. Even with the revival, it exponentially increases your chance to move up higher on the leaderboard.
Yeah, we highly encourage massacres. That's what gives you the most point. RQ Kazu sitting at a comfortable 11 eliminations, followed by Reverse Red with 7. RQ Kazu, like I say, when they have a good game, it gets really, really good for them. And making the rotation, these fast moves from RQ Kazu, if they're making these kind of fast rotations, you know that they're feeling really confident about themselves. And who can blame them, right? They just wiped out 2 full teams at the start of the round. And why their position right now is actually a very good spot to gatekeep a couple of teams when that next circle closes in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they also place themselves a little bit close to the revival spot just in case they don't have enough of the free fire coins. And then, as you mentioned, the gatekeep capacity that they have right now and inside of the next phase. But I'm really seeing a little bit of water right there on the next phase of circle. But speaking of water, some of the teams who was ice cold is now melting and being squished in. And some of them is because of Buriram United. Versus Red, though, 9th on the elimination. 2 of them has fallen down, but they might be able to recover as well as bring back their teammates. But Don't Cry says, no, I will not be crying though, but I need to leave the area.
The vehicle is going to be set ablaze. Well, Don't Cry now has to run on foot. They are still hunting him down, Reverse Red, to not let transgression go unpunished. So they also clock in 11, but PE, they definitely have crippled Reverse Red's capacity to fight in that late game. They lost 2 members in that process, and RQ Kazu in the meantime off screen just got 2 more for themselves. Attack all around. I think they just saw BRU. This is going to be a direct fight. Kororo will lead the charge. BRU not to shy away, and you can see Jump Gun and Limit. They are thinking about a crunch. BRU does have the portal go. That 1 second buffer, just enough to get them to safety and attack all around. They're not going to pursue this.
Yeah, they will not be rushing in blind in that manner. And well, though they don't know that is BRU, but they don't have any information right now. As well as another team will be stalking them on one side, but Kororo is trying to attempt probably to move next. But with that information, I guess the tackle round will be cautious in rushing in straight. But as we go back to RRQ Kazo, this time they're challenging Stalwart Esports, and the confidence is being shown, being seen from them this time. I mean, out in the open, not so much of cover. They have the high ground though, but Stop will try to stop them on their approach. A pinch maneuver coming from Stalwart Esports is slowing down the progress of RRQ Kazo.
I think Abehai is doing a good job of relaying that information because RQ Kazu is responding to that fairly well. They're not getting caught off guard from any pincer maneuvers. And Stalwart Esports, last we saw them, they were quite spread out. So at the end of the day, they covered a lot of ground, but they were not able to punish RQ Kazu. Circle is going to force a couple of teams to really start making that journey into the safe zone. Dewa United, they're getting intercepted by attack all around, and Kororo somehow able to snuck a shot that knocks down Mr. 17, and he himself gets punished by Virus. So this might not be the end for Dewa United. Attack all around. They gotta be careful about the fight they pick. Jump God definitely picked the right one, instantly getting a trade.
Yeah, a trade indeed, and a pickup will be done. And let's see if Attack All Around can recover from where they are. Onyx Olympus right now trying to challenge them with the Melters as well as the Trogon release. Gardu going in for the rush and 1v1 against Limit. There goes the Melter making it away, but still Limit surviving only a few HP but has been knocked down. Gardu needs a little bit help, but we are seeing a few more casualties in this battle because it's not just 2 teams in here. We have a few more coming from the other side. It is Attack All Around who needs to cross, but Onyx Olympus managed to survive.
Completely repelling Attack All Around, now forcing Attack All Around into such an uncomfortable spot. They are still at the on the sandy shores. Devil United overlooking them on the bridge, and Onyx Olympus found themselves a free ticket into the safe zone, albeit a bit wounded, but still better position compared to where Attack All Around are at right now. They are gonna be exposed, going to be shot at, and they're running out of resources to deal with it.
And not only that, we still have Buriram United Esports who's just waiting for anyone rushing in. But those rushing in are RQ Kazu, still not yet over with the rampage they're doing. This time, the next challenger would be Reverse Red. Let's see if Racer can do as much in here. Diamond's already up close, and here comes the push. On the other side, we have Buriram United going against Onyx Olympus, and Onyx Olympus is feeling the chaos and the wrath of Buriram United right here. 3 down already, and if I'm thinking that might have been it for Onyx Olympus. Now 4 teams remain.
Challenger completely defeated in the blink of an eye. Attack All Around also expired. RQ Kazu, they might have beaten Reverse Red, but Reverse Red dealt a crippling blow to the roster. I think RQ Kazu, they're just down to 2 men. Well, considering Legolov just got eliminated, it's just one stalwart being the one to deal that potential lethal blow. Abehai, youngest mind, youngest soul on the team, having to go up against Cypher. Not an easy opponent. A stalwart and making sure that he's surrounded by Wasana. He's gonna poke his head in. This is not his business, but he's gonna get it anyway. It's a freebie. Buy one for two. Is Abehai going down? Wasana gets 2 in a row with absolutely no contest. And Sam 13 is the only survivor for the side of Dewa United. Apollo and BRU knows exactly where he is, hiding behind their own blue wall. Get out of my property. Get high, shoots him down. BRU gets their booyah.
Vazana for the final hit, and Riyadh United continues their reign in the number of booyahs, the 22nd in the booyahs for the knockout stages. It seems like normal for them anymore. Like every time we see this team going in on the winner camera, I'm pretty sure they're excited and happy overall, but not that much because they've done it so many times already.
Yeah, I mean, just what statistics-wise, BRU got like, what, 264 points worth of booyahs. across like 17 days, and that itself is insane. Some teams don't even get 264 points in total. They get it in just terms of booyahs, and that's not including games that they didn't get booyahs. Of course, for them, like you said, it's just another day in the office, just another day in Free Fire. Barely excited. Felt like they could have done better. Felt like they could have went for 40 points, but you know, there's only so many people you can take down in a single game.
Exactly, and well, love how RQ Kazu really showed up this time around, and that is one of the topic or the talking points that we have from yesterday with AJ, wherein every time that there's a risk of a team being taken one spot, they really shows up the next match and they pull away from the gap that they have, and that is RRQ Kazu, as PE Sports very close onto them, but they managed to grab a lot more of points, and this is one of the team that they really challenged after the 3-way engagement that they did earlier in the early parts of this match.
A very crucial fight for Heavy more than it is for RQ Kazu, but again, RQ Kazu managing to clutch out at the end. WAG running into an unfortunate fight against BRU. That one was kind of decided before it even began. An attack all around also. Seemingly having a good opener against Dewa United, only for Onyx Olympus to completely mess up the plan. That really felt like it could have been attack all around, going further if not for Onyx Olympus interfering, and Onyx Olympus feeling that they are safe, gets wiped out by BRU afterwards. BRU from that point onwards just felt uncontested because RQ Kazu, despite being in the lead, got crippled by the ties before they met BRU.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Bermuda United really is not letting go this time compared to what we've seen like the early parts of last week, wherein they toned down a little bit in the chaos and havoc that they've done in the battlefield, but not this time around. They can still pull it off. They can still do it right now, and let's listen to what Bermuda United will be saying, as they've been here in so many instances already. I think they lost anything, but let's head over to Bermuda United.
In the interview again, and here is us, the Wasana from Buriram United Esports. Yay! Mochi said in the rehearsal game that Buriram United Esports wants 6 booyah today, but you cannot do it. How do you feel?
โมชิพูดไว้ตอนเกมซ้อมว่าจะเอา6บูย่าแต่ว่าเกมแรกอะตกเป็นของเลดไปแล้วรู้สึกยังไง
เขินไหมคะ
เฉยๆครับก็เดาวอีก5บุญญามาฝาก
อุ้ย
เอา4เลย4เกม
ใช่เอาบุญญาที่เหลือมาฝากครับ
okay, so if I wrong, please correct me. I think this booyah is your 22, right? 22 booyah already. After tomorrow, how many booyah that you think Buriram gonna get?
Wait, okay, let me translate the first question. Yeah, he say he feels so to not get the 6 whole booyah because the first game already been taken by reverse late. Anyway, he will take the 4 left booyah for today.
Oh.
Yeah. So now ตอนนี้บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอะได้ทั้งหมด22บูย่าละคิดว่าจบรอบ เก็บรอบ knockout stage เนี่ยภายในวันอาทิตย์เนี้ยเราจะได้ทั้งหมดกี่บูย่า
ก็ทำให้เต็มที่ครับ ก็หวังว่าจะได้ประมาณอีกกี่เกมอะ
4 กับ 6
10 เกมก็
เกม
หวังว่าอย่างน้อยก็5บุย่าครับ
รวมวันนี้ด้วย
ใช่แล้ววันนี้ก็อย่างน้อยก็5บุย่า
so he expect to get 5 booyah
At
in
least?
total yeah at least 5 booyah in total for today and tomorrow
but if you get 8 booyah you will end up with 30
ถ้าเกิดได้อีก8ก็คือเราจะได้ 30 มันทุ่นๆมันสวยนะ
ก็ทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
he will do his best
let's see that how much you gonna get it before you go to Vietnam okay anything you want to say to other regions team
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงทีมจากประเทศอื่นไหม
ระวังตัวไว้ครับ
watch out guy be careful
any is that for any team especially
มีแบบทีมไหนที่อยากฝากถึงเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
ไม่มีครับ เพ
no
ราะผมไม่กลัวทีมไหนอยู่แล้ว
no because I'm not scared of any team
okay and now back to you Shoutcaster thank you Buriram United Esports
There we have it. Just heard from Osana. Really disappointed that they didn't grab the first Booyah, but on Purgatory they were able to get them. And looking at the numbers, I mean, Purgatory in terms of all the maps, this is not the best map for Buriram United. But that seems like they're I mean, the map that they're not best off would be best if you compared with the other teams. But amongst themselves, what else can Buriram United not do in every match?
Well, their biggest enemies is definitely themselves, and I think that they would definitely agree if you say the BRU players, their biggest regret was not being able to get 6 booyahs in a single day, right? The closest they've come to do it was like 5 2 days in a row. So it seems that today is not going to be that day. They still have a chance tomorrow, but what the hell, right? They've done more than enough. This is just a cakewalk. They could not show up for tomorrow and still be in first place. Still, BRU not slacking in any capacity. They're taking this chance to refine their gameplay. One of the few teams that is willing to bring out Iris and actually make use of her capabilities in this long range fights.
Yeah, I mean, like Iris, the wall brawl really puts in a lot of capability, especially in most instances. But like say top 3 final circle, most instances glue walls will be in there, and that is where Iris really comes in a good fight. Diamond taking the lead right now. I would say not really lead, but tied it up with Nameless with 6 elimination. But Abe High, as you did mention, did so much well then and has survived until he has been gunned down on their place in that Purgatory. But we still have Ma'alin here to back them up, and Wasana from Buriram United. So even if we only have 1 coming from Buriram United, they've done a lot already in that engagement, into that match, and even with the Booyah adds up more to their points.
Oh yeah. See, like right here, Razor with 7 knockdowns this game. Nero revived twice, not exactly the stat you want, but Abe High with 24 glue wall use, and Huang Ang being the savior this time, reviving 2 of his teammates. Overall, Razor and Abe working together very, very well this game. He gets the knockdown, Abe gets the finisher, and a big part of it, in this game at least, we attribute it to the Trogon that got 16 eliminations in total, followed by the Woodpecker 7 and the Uzi with 6.
I mean, quite surprisingly, the Mini Uzi will be in here on the top 3 weapon. Usually it's a M1887 who will be replacing the Bison, but I guess this also seals the deal, especially on close range engagement, and if you want to start it off on the early battle. And if I'm not mistaken, that is attributed to what RRQ has done in the early matches, because that 6 elimination might have been because that's the only weapon that they have. Thus, they gather a lot of eliminations from the early, ended up with 17 plus the placement that they have of 8 points, 25 against Buriram United's 24.
Even though BRU won the round, they still got slightly lesser points than RRQ. Not a big deal for BRU, but massive win for RRQ Kazu. Now they pull ahead of PE Sports by a little bit more, who this game only got 4, so even that it's like a 21-point net gain for RQ Kazu. When we look at the overall standings right now, RQ Kazu getting ever so closer to Expand. Just 6 more points to tie it up and 7 to overtake Expand. Whereas for Esports starting to get left in the dust. Onyx Olympus slightly pulling ahead of Heavy.
Yeah, one thing about RRQ beating Expand cannot do anything about it for today. So let's see what will they do once they come back from their rest on tomorrow. But right now the chase continues right now for the team, and we'll have to find out who goes in for the catch up in this game. But again, that has been 2 matches already, Husky, and a lot. It's pretty much very close to what we've seen in the early parts of the knockout stages.
Yeah, and so far the only thing that's remained constant was the Thai host working overtime because Thai teams kept winning. We'll see if that changes though. We got 4 more games to go. For now, we're gonna go on a short break, and when we return later, it's gonna be game number 3 of today's match.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
Welcome back, survivors, to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Group Stage. The knockout stage is week 6, day 2. It means that we are on the second last day, and it's the last ride for some of these teams in Group B. You're with us. My name is Husky, alongside Neptune and the gentlemen as your casters for this evening.
Real excited on what's going to happen right now because Bermuda United has already mentioned that they want to grab the rest of the matches Booyah, but it has been taken away though by Reverse Red earlier. And looking at the performance of Reverse Red, they dealt with a lot of elimination and in total had already taken 52 points just from 2 matches.
Yeah, and that puts them very, very close to Team Falcons on the leaderboard. I think they are 6 points away from tying with the Falcons, which in of itself is already a massive feat. Obviously, Falcons are not here to put up a resistance today, but still, the gap between Reverse Red and Falcons can only be described as Reverse Red having a fantastic group stage. They just get better and better every single week, and their cooking gets better and better as well.
Exactly. I mean, so much more from the initial parts where there's not so much of contention. They have been done so much already, and then that's where Bermuda United has been introduced. They've taken a lot of Booyah. Like Team Falcons, they didn't show up in the early parts of the weeks, and then this time they had done so much, especially from yesterday. But they are resting right now, and Reverse Red really needs to put so much of effort, if not double, triple the effort that they have, so that the lead that they can take today will be difficult for Team Falcons to be taken by tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think for the side of Reverse Red, they definitely have kind of shown us more than they should. Again, they are in a very unique spot in terms of qualifying for EWC. BRU, same thing, right? They are most guaranteed to qualify with how good they are, but attention has to turn back to some of the teams in Group B who are not doing too well, and well, not some, but one of it in particular, which is Heavy. The first 2 rounds kind of blew it. Unfortunately, they still have not been able to set foot in top 12.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Heavy has only taken 8 points out of the 2 matches right here, and that is attributing to only getting 2 points from the first match of Bermuda, and then 6 points coming from Purgatory. So it's a difficult task for them. They're playing catch up right now in the top 12, and the only thing that makes it difficult for them as well is we have WAG as well as Onyx Olympus, who wants to run away on their placement for that top 12. So it's a tough battle for Heavy right now, and it feels like it's a heavy-hearted heart for this team and at this point, but they need to get over it right now.
Yeah, they definitely are losing in terms of placement points, because you compare the eliminations, they have 9 more compared to Onyx and 8 more compared to WAG. We'll get a better picture as we look at the overall leaderboard as Heavy. Again, we know that they can skirmish, we know that they can fight, they just were not able to survive long enough, contrary to Onyx Olympus and WAG, especially WAG, who has been stepping up the elimination games. Back then, it was kind of the biggest critique I think I have with WAG. They're getting all these Booyahs through surviving, but they're not winning fights. Right now, they're starting to turn that franchise around, right? Clocking in 302 eliminations in total, a big jump from what we last saw them.
And speaking of jump, we're going to jump into Alpine, and this is a threat for everyone except for Bermuda United Esports, because this is the best map that they had. They played it 14 times. They grabbed half of it with Booyahs, and they average of 22 points in total every time they jump into this map. So it's very difficult really to say if Bermuda United can be taken down early, because it seems like they want to grab that #1 spot again.
And just look at the top 3 teams, right? Just forget about EVOS, Divine, and Falcons, because they're not playing today. BRU has accumulated 300 points and 7 Booyahs. on Alpine alone. Talk about this being the absolute best map. You mentioned earlier on that we played like 21 times of Alpine. One third of it went over to BRU.
Exactly, and I think like half of it was the booyah that they've taken. So it just shows a story of Alpine right now. They really love the cold places because they're really ice cold in terms of battle. And following them for this group is Stalwart Esports and Reverse Red. So there's still the same usual spot suspects in this map. Let's see what Heavy WAGP Esports will be doing in this, because we are looking forward to them moving up the spot and grabbing a booyah.
I see BRU can continue that 5 booyah streak that they have been doing over and over again. I think, you know, when you look at Alpine, the fact that the next closest team to BRU is ranked 4th on this map means that BRU, they should feel really good about themselves. But for the rest of the squad, it really comes down to how that early game goes. We've been seeing a lot more hot drops, and especially attack all around. They are really going all around, picking these minor fights, which has been a bit of a thorn in the side for some of these teams in the first 2 games.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen that earlier from the Purgatory. This time around, no one is stepping with them in their drop spot. So I guess with this, it only leaves us with some of the teams like WAG, Reverse Red, but Stalwart Esports managed to pull away going in the stadium. And it's not looking good for WAG once again. I mean, though they are on the 11th spot right now, but if they can be taken down early, it would be a good chance for Onyx Olympus to pull away from Heavy and take the spot of WAG.
Yeah, speaking of that, with WAG already losing 1 man. And of course, running into Reverse Red, it always feels like a tough time, as 2 of WAG's members already gone down. Dolphin was the second casualty. Cyrus wanting to run away, but it really feels like you can't really go that far, so forced to take this fight. Nameless calls in for backup as WAG tries to buy as much space and distance as possible with whatever glue walls that they have. Diamond won't be able to get to the 2nd floor, but Reverse Red can definitely surround this building.
Yeah, as we can see right now, one of the players from WAG has already been brought back into the game and managed to pull away from this area. Cyrus and Clearin doing the best that they can to distract and pull Reverse Red's attention onto them, as the rest of the teams of WAG just looting up. But here comes surprise hit. Cyrus will be taken down. That is coming from the 1st floor, and another one. Just Diamond overall, cutting them one by one.
Absolute decimation onto WAG, and Reverse Red just keeping the aggression going. Exposy, well, it goes on a stroll and runs into Butterfly, and I think Butterfly is going to regret taking that shot. He does find Exposy, but he has basically stirred the Hornet's Rest, and the rest of Reverse Red are going to come in and just completely brutalize him with bullets. Saming picking up that one. Reverse Red, I believe, at least will have 4 points by now. Heavy running into Todak off screen, and Hans gets the first knock.
Yeah, first knock has been done. Crabs will be recovered by Raja. And Todak right now, again, back into the ways of going against Heavy. And this is what Heavy needs right now. To go against teams who really are not doing that much, but the only risk that they have is, especially if they take a long time in dealing with Todak, they might be hurt by the other teams. And like earlier, they might be gunned down as well. So let's see on how it will end. Todak is, I would say, is showing a lot more potential right now. Probably it's because there's nothing to lose right here. At this point, they've already done and lost so much, but the trade-off has been put in. Raja and Wings brought down.
Wow, what a shot from Jonah. That is absolutely sick. The flick when he had like what, just 30 health left to take down Wings, that was exactly what Heavy needed. If Jonah went down, could have been an even fight, but Todak now had to hightail out of there. Attack all around, fighting 3, and all of them courtesy of Limit, getting these long-range snipes.
Yeah, I mean, they saw one of the players from Reverse Red, and, well, Diamond will be brought back by Exposy, so I guess Exposy would be sole survivor earlier after the engagement against Attack All Around, or probably Attack All Around is just going all around trying to find enemies. And you did mention the long range capacity that they have for with that woodpecker, so they can just shoot anyone along the way. With Stalwart Esports, Do is the guy who usually sees and do the shooting from afar.
Oh yeah, we see this Onyx Olympus so far still very safe. It's kind of what they have been doing from the first game. They've been, they have not been disturbed for majority of the drop spots, and they only really get into fights if they see an enemy team approaching and getting too close, which I think is great for Onyx Olympus, right? Because you want to pull away as much as you can, or in this case, catch up to WAG and pull away from a heavy. So for Onyx Olympus, it's one of those few situations where you are fine not being active in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the tactics that we've seen, especially from the top teams, undetected from the early parts of the matches, and then towards the end, that's where they really find their eliminations when the placement points have already been secured. But let's see on how they are going to fare with Daewoo United right now. This is the battle of the I would say the lower thirds of our leaderboard, and Onyx Olympus is somewhat above Daewoo United. So if Daewoo United will be able to take them down, they give a good chance for the other teams to move up.
Yeah, Onyx Olympus, they do have kind of those solar panels to work with for a while, so provide some sort of cover. VRU on the other hand, just chilling and stocking up for the late game. So we turn our attention back to Onyx Olympus and Daewoo United. Apollo Jack, he's tossing out some grenades, but he's gonna get almost getting swarmed by Mr. 17, who came in from behind, and Mr. 05 losing that fight. Gardu takes him down. A trade happening off screen. Gardu now will become the primary focus of Daewoo United. Mr. 17 and Sam 13 all chipping in, and Jaw also ends up going down. This is gonna be lights out. Onyx Olympus out in 12.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that the Uzi has been used in most of the occasion, but it didn't work that much for Onyx Olympus. Thus, they lost the battle. M1887 is facing off the Uzi, wherein the one-shot capacity is right in there. So Daewoo United has stopped Onyx Olympus in grabbing so much more of the points, and this is a good chance for Heavy if in case they can grab all those numbers. With Heavy right now for elimination, their name, they can get more, so I guess they might be able to step in on the top 12.
Or at least, get close to a death. They just need to survive a bit longer, right? I mean, only first team has gotten knocked out. That's kind of the situation that Heavy has found themselves in, where the eliminations alone isn't enough. Well, it seems like Reverse Ray might get a couple more points, and Luffy did not know what hit him. Saming from behind gets the knock, and the portal goal was laid down. Butterfly on top of the roof, but the rest of Homebois is not able to escape. And Saming just rushes in, takes down Ali. Butterfly, though, was able to punish him at least. So the Reverse Ray, what a flick from Butterfly. If only Diamond was not there, that would have been a highlight reel. Homeboy is still not out of the woods just yet, but they definitely have damaged Reverse Red.
Yeah, I mean, Nameless has been picked up and still having some trouble to move in. And as you can see, Daewoo United continues their way, and they found a few more along the way, but they might be meeting up with Attack All Around in a bit as they go into base camp. Mr. 05 is already in there, but back onto the battle. There it goes, Reverse Red finishing the deal. I guess this seals the deal for Todak, but no, not yet. From Homebois, rather. No, not yet. We still have 11 teams playing, and I guess they are alive and kicking.
Oh, yeah. I think WAG just lost one guy. Well, never mind, he's back. Attack All Around just found Virus. This is, again, Limit putting in the numbers. 4 for him already. Daewoo United, Apollo not really getting a chance to take a break. Mr. 17, Mr. 05, way too far from one another, and worst cases, they are out in the blue. So for Attack All Around, they have chased the herd out into the wild. They can now really just gatekeep them if they want.
Yeah, it seems like that's what they're doing right now. But the chase is being done by 2 players, though. But going into Stalwart Esports, they go and face a different team from the other side. Mr. 05 goes down, Stalwart Esports. But we might be seeing a battle of Stalwart Esports and attack all around once they've dealt with Daewoo United. Or probably they might not be waiting for Daewoo United to be taken out. Mr. 17, though, goes down. And that is by Jump God. But Caramel has a good sight of some of the glue walls being released by attack all around, as well as Saifa, who goes in for the flank, but he is going against Limit. The glue wall has been pulled out. Limit just needs to get a good flick, a good shot, and he might be able to take them down. But no, he goes down. But the sights of Caramel, and the battle continues.
Oh yeah, Stalwart. Let's see how they're gonna handle this. Seems like attack all around will relocate to buy some distance between them and Stalwart, especially the outnumbered Purgatory taking a couple of shots from Saifa. Just barely able to get away, but Dew will find a finisher, and that means Portal Go is going to be used. Saifa instantly looking for a rush. Don't want to give them any time to go for a revive. Kororo will have to hold the fort, eliminating Saifa for now, but the rest of Stalwart are starting to pour in. And there's only so much Kororo can do. Needs Jump God back on his feet, and that is maybe what they need, but Caramel still wins that fight, and Kororo finding stop in the process. Seems like it's Kororo trying to drag attack all around across the finishing line in this fight. Stop ends up going down. But Stalwart, they still have numbers, and Kororo now needs to make a decision. What is it going to be? Caramel barricades himself. A couple of planks behind him. That is going to be a hard area to hold, and that Riptide Ritter is going to break all the glue wall. But Kororo intercepted by Sam 13, and Caramel will not be able to steal that one away.
That is payback coming from Daewoo United, especially in a crucial moment on a 1v1. But I mean, that was like the decision of Stalwart Esports. I'm not liking that going in solo. That might have been a communication issue because it doesn't have so much of a backup. We're going in and the rush for the takedown. But speaking of takedown, PE Sports has been eliminated. We didn't see so much of points coming from them as well as eliminations. So I guess they are one of the teams who might not be grabbing any of the points. But no worries, they are still on the top 12 though. But who's close to them would be teams coming from Group C.
Yeah, RQ Kazu so far still hanging on pretty strong. Legolov's going to take that Go Portal just to get some distance, calling for the rest of his team to join him. Do not need to be a part of that confrontation. It's all about slowing down the game and finding the opportunities to fight. It feels like it was too crowded in that area, so RQ decides to pull back. Best rate, we're going to run into Heavy. This is going to be the first true test for Heavy.
Now let's see if they'll be able to make this fight against Reverse Red. One has been batted, and Vitan goes down, and Joda as well.
Oh my
as
goodness.
he turns around. That could have been like a pinch play being done, but they have all information, and only 2 remains right now. Heavy has a decision to make. Will they move against Reverse Red, or will they run? I guess running is a good option for them, but how far can they go? And they will be taken down, and also being eliminated would be attacked all around. So 9 teams remaining right now as Heavy is in a quick and hard battle against Reverse Red.
I mean, Kabi is doing so much work. If only they had enough time or enough members. That was heroics from Kabi, downing the members of Reverse Red, but just not getting enough backup nor damage to do the finisher. So Reverse Red ends up winning in terms of numbers. And again, Heavy out in 9th place. Not really the ideal situation. They needed to go a bit further. They're stopped by one of the giants in the leaderboard. Oh, Todak though, having a really nice time on top of the roof, but maybe not for long. BRU underneath them, they were united running into Stalwart.
Stalwart Esports, I mean, they have started this off against Daewoo United. Vehicle gameplay being done, and that puts a stop for the team. WAG as well slowly be going down, and Reverse Red, as they mentioned earlier, they're here to grab all the eliminations. They are the elimination leader. Bermuda United going against Todak once again. This is payback, or probably just round 2 of their engagement from before.
And Todak, they're not going to be holding on much longer. It's BRU again. It seems like they can never escape Buriram United, and Todak falls in the hands of the World Conquerors once more. RQ Kazu, they're having a few days. Seems like easy pickings, but soon they're going to realize that this is going to attract more than just BRU. You have Reverse Red and Stalwart near the vicinity.
Yeah, I mean they have 9 eliminations already, so the one of the mission has been done. They only need 6 points to get over, expand, and with the placement that they have, well, I guess that can probably secure one more match against that team that will be introduced by tomorrow. But they're still not out of the woods just yet, as you did mention. That distraction or that information gameplay will lead all the teams to this area, and Verse Red is already on top of them.
It seems like Star Wars decided to, or Reverse Red decided to back off. Well, fortunately for RQ Kazu, they have the only compound and it's in the circle, whereas for Reverse Red and BRU, it's all fight at Sunside. The grenades being thrown from both sides. Saming using Taswe to run away. That could have been a lethal. Nameless though taking frontal position. Diamond to quickly backing him out. They try to go for a crunch. Moshi is going to be the primary target if they can flush him out. But Abehai from behind takes down Saming. That is the worst case scenario. But Diamond and Nameless, they are pulling their weight to take out BRU. And Funa is giving them payback. And Reverse Red fighting 2 different fights at a single time. It feels like it's just way too much for them to handle. As Funa will jump over the glue wall and becomes the sole survivor for BRU, and RQ Kazu will take that chance to join this fight to not only take out BRU but also Reverse Red in one fell swoop, and Ma'ao will get rid of Funa. And with all that is said and done, is RQ Kazu having the best opportunity to finally get that interview for Indonesia.
Oh, indeed. One more remains. Stalwart Esports. They know exactly where Sypha is. And I'm quite sure if Sypha can still play the healing or the medic gameplay right now, because he's not even in the middle of this circle. But no, I mean, they grabbed the points already from the eliminations earlier on, and they can get and enjoy the 9 more points up for seconds. Just about time for him to jump off and fall for the entire squad of RRQ Kazu, who's just waiting for him.
And RQ Kazu just, well, there's nothing much you could do. You just have to wait for this game to end. We'll see what road Sypha chooses. Does he want to go out, with that leap of faith, or he's just gonna let that? Well, he's gonna do it. Falls to his death. Legolas somehow able to get that pick up anyway. So another free point for RQ Kazu. Booyah for them. First in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ Kazu, this is, if I'm mistaken, their 4th or 5th Booyah all throughout the knockout stages. And again, they only need 6 points to move up against Expand. Elimination-wise, they already done that, plus the additional points they have with that placement point. We have Ma'al, Razor, Legolod, Abe High, as well as Dutz. I mean, we've seen them play like roster after roster, match after match, switch it up a little bit. I guess they're finding the good chemistry and a good combination for them to win the games.
Especially with Ma'ao as the latest addition for the team. And Stalwart, that they know that there's nothing much that they could do. But I mean, if you're in Stalwart's shoes, getting taken out by RQ Kazu is not really the worst thing that could happen, right? So for them, this is all good spirits. You can see that Dio is just cheering them up, having a joyous conversation. But for certain teams, it's not all happy occasions. WAG is one good example.
Yeah, I mean, WAG is, although they have already stepped in on the top 12, they don't want to fall down that easily. And with that performance, especially if you're not making any points, then that would make them go down a few more spots. So, but this is a different Dewa United that we're seeing right now. I mean, they have challenged Stalwart Esports. They were able to put in a little bit more, but again, teams right here have different missions. Buriram United wanted Booyah. We have Reverse Red who want elimination. And I'm pretty sure with the interview for RRQ Kazu, they will be asked as well what they want to take for the upcoming matches. And this is what we want to see and what we want to hear as well. What's their insight? What do they really ask for every time they play in the game?
Yeah, getting RQ Kazu on a good day always feels extra nice, because that is kind of the potential we know that they have, but sometimes you just really need to give them a shove to tap into it. And RQ Kazu showing their fangs in this game number 3. They gave us a preview last game, but this time they really hit a home run with that final engagement, the interference, right? They've been cooking that for a long time. They realized that the strongest teams were fighting. came in for the collection onto reverse straight and BRU, and of course even getting a 3 point towards Cypher towards the very end as Cypher decided, tempted to not give them the point, but Legolas just a bit too sharp. Now we get to listen to what they have to say in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, well, Legolas really has been a threat in most of the engagement that RRQ Kazu has been in there. Also, this, like most of the time, the sole survivor for the team. So it's really something that like if you have one Legolas in your side, you might be able to do more into the battle. Hopefully that continues for RRQ Kazu right now, as we're going to have to hear from them, a team from Indonesia, jumping back in here on the interview section. So this will be RRQ Kazu. Let's head over.
Booyah for RRQ Kazu! Congrats for you! Wow, finally, after double booyah for Thai team, finally Indonesia team booyah! So I want to talk with you about your team, Legolas. So what do you think about FFWS SEA tournament system? Especially since the knockout stage takes too long.
Menurut kamu gimana sih sistem turnamen FFWS SEA ini? Terutama kan knockout stage-nya tuh lama banget. Menurut kamu gimana?
Menurut saya sistem knockout stage ini bagus sih. Jadi kita bisa latihan dulu. Latihannya juga panjang, kita bisa banyak eksperimen juga. Ya kita bisa banyak eksperimen sama banyak yang bisa dilatih lah.
I think it's great that the tournament system takes too long because we can practice and we also can experiment with our tactic and skills.
Okay, I agree about that. But if you can wish for one team to not go to the next stage, which team?
Kalau kamu bisa berharap nih ada satu tim yang nggak lolos ke stage babak selanjutnya, tim yang mana?
Kalau bisa yang nggak lolos itu CGG sih. Karena menyulitkan buat di Nexterra sama di Purgatory.
I wish that C-Triple-G is not gonna make it to the next stage because they make us really difficult to go to the next stage.
Oh, okay. C-Triple-G. And last, you have celebration, right? Give us celebration, please.
Viva!
Once again, Viva!
RRQ!
Wow, great. So good job for you and good luck for the next round because we have still three rounds after this. So we ready for the next round? Please, Kasser, take it away.
There have you just heard from RRQ, and RQ Kazu really is doing little by little, grabbing all those booyah throughout, especially starting from day number 13 up until today, and even from last week, they've done a little bit more in terms of their performance. Thus, they were able to pull away from all those who are chasing them, and really happy that some of the teams are not giving up, especially on the teams, and they're also challenging the Thailand regions. They did mention that C-Triple-G as well as or the Team Falcons right now, they're hoping that they won't be able to make it, but I think it's a tough call for them, especially as they're on the top 3.
Yeah, it is very wishful thinking, but unfortunately, they have to face Falcons again. Though this game, we have Razor stepping up to the plate with 4 eliminations on his own. 2,181 damage, 2 headshots, and 4 knockdowns. This man, we've always known that Razor is a capable player, but sometimes we just Abehai has a good day and he kind of overshadows Razor. But if you have Razor on, if you get Razor on a good day, he can put out some incredible results.
Yeah, exactly. And let's not take it away from Duts as well, though he's not in this match. But from overall RRQ Kazu, Duts has done a lot in terms of elimination, a total of 110. And probably that's a reason why they have them resting right now, because he has carried the team all throughout the other weeks. But as we can see, the elimination still continues for the team. Not only Razor has done so much, but Maal, as you did mention, the newest addition for the team, is doing so much in each of the match they have. But let's go back to Reverse Red right now, as well as Stalwart Esports, Nameless with 7 elimination, and they will be followed by Do with 5, as well as Saming from Reverse Red. Funa, though, does the same thing, and Mr. 17, probably pot shots from afar, really made him get those 4 eliminations.
Now, can't really run away from Reverse Red. Whether they win the round or not, they definitely win the Hall of Fame's nomination. Key players for this game: Funa with 8 knockdowns, Diamond with the most glue wall used, Sam 13, the savior of his team, and the Ghost with technically the most deaths in this game. But hey man, heroes never die. He was brought back 3 times.
Yeah, and this was pretty much the beginning of the story that we've seen last week for WAG. It starts off with the Ghost, and then later on Clearian, and it's just a rotation for the roster. I'm just hoping that curses stop for WAG, because they don't want, like, team doesn't want to go down easily every matches. Otherwise, the others, like Onyx Olympus, might be able to catch up. But on the catching up, there's a non-catching up on the top 3 weapons, because the top 3, the most of those getting the highlights is usually the Woodpecker, Bison, and the Trogon.
And I think, long range shots still reigns supreme. Game standings this time: RQ Kazu 25 points, alongside Reverse Red also tying up 25 points, but elimination-wise, Reverse Red still reigns supreme. Stalwart 17, BRU getting 16. The Thai team still at the top, but of course, at least RQ Kazu is there to stake their flag for once.
Yeah, I mean, RQ Kazu, it might not be that long, but usually just one match out of the 6 that they grab one of the Booyah. Hopefully it continues for them, though, and they can increase the lead. Right now, they've taken over the spot that Expand has, and has taken 19 points ahead. This is where I am basing that number. They're now currently in number 8, but they need to do a little bit more in terms of performance, because Expand will be back by tomorrow.
Absolutely. So Expand, they're just going to be keeping tabs on how RQ Kazu performs today and come up with a measure tomorrow. It's not like they'll be facing off against RQ Kazu anyways, but the lesser lead RQ Kazu has over them, the better it is for Expand, because they've been, they have been kind of floating around that 8th, 9th place for quite a while.
Yeah.
So it's been also a while since Expand got kicked out from their spot. They definitely want to overtake RQ Kazu. The next game is going to be Kalahari. This is really going to test how these teams maneuver the map. It's personally one of my favorite maps when it comes to competitive Free Fire, because it is so different in terms of dynamics, and we get to kind of weed out the teams who are weaker in planning rotations.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing as well is this is a map wherein the Woodpecker usually is of better use. Not only that, we also have the hook gun that the teams usually getting onto platforms level by level, but the teams who's stopping this off. Earlier, we thought that is the best map, that is the best map for Buriram United. They're still not over in grabbing more of the spotlight, because they're still number 1 in here, 6 booyahs and almost 300 on the points.
Yeah, and well, with that being said, right now there are only 3 teams who have made the 1,000-point mark. Reverse Red, Falcons, and BRU. Reverse Red overtaking Falcons, because Falcons are not able to fend for themselves today. I think this fight for 12th place is getting a bit overwhelming, because we're done with 3 games. Heavy still not any closer to 12, and in fact, the lead has grown by just a little bit. We'll see if Game 4 changes anything, because Heavy, they've had 3 rounds where they got a great start, but they just could not hold on to that momentum, and they gotta be able to step up, at least give that one last fight before they go down.
And definitely, I mean, Onyx Olympus has survived, or did their best in survivability department. Thus, they doesn't go down that easily, and keeping the lead against Heavy with still 6 points. But let's see if that changes depending on the drop spot that they will be taking right now. So it's still a little bit kinder flight path for the rest of the teams, and I don't think that would be taken away for the knockout stages. And this is a good spot for them to really plan out their approach. But as you can see right now, we are seeing a few teams already dropping in, but not so much of an early engagement or a hot drop, apart from Todak and Homebois once again.
This is going to be a recurring theme for a while. I mean, the sub has always been Homeboys' territory. So I'm a bit surprised to see Todak here. It's not like they're doing too bad either. It's Homeboys losing 2, but Alif instantly gets revived. If he gets back in time, he might be able to help out his team, and Butterfly not able to stand for much longer, though. Raja with the double revolvers is just a bit too strong, takes him out. And like Olympus getting control of command post, one of the best areas in that early game to loot up.
Yeah, and we also seen Spade in here being subbed in or put in to the play. So we haven't seen Spade so much in most of the battle, but every time he moves, jumps into the fray, he puts in a little bit more into their numbers. So Onyx Olympus, we have our eyes on them, not only us, but also Team Heavy. But most of the time, they plan out their drop or in their snow contention, and especially without anyone from the shadow of Heavy. But the battle continues right now. Todak and Homeboys conspiracy. Well, Todak is the one conspiring against this team who has been brought down to the bottom place.
And Todak 4 points as a head start. Perfect. Now they need some time to recuperate, but they might not get that luxury though. WAG closing in on them, and then he's going to relay all that information. Just calls for his team to get out as fast as they can. Even if he goes down, at least it's a worthy sacrifice, but seems like he might be able to get away as well.
We'll see if he can, because not so much of cover though compared to Raja. And one, there goes Dolphin with a hit on the snipes against Zen, and this makes it difficult for Todak right now. They made all those noise. This time they're having problems in fighting back. But not only that, they might be meeting up with the final member of Homeboys, Alif. But Alif, I don't think he will be showing any of the prowess that they have from the early parts of this game, because he's the only one alive.
Oh yeah, we see. I mean, Onyx Olympus guard who gets shot from afar, definitely not by Todak. So there's a third party somewhere in the distance. And Todak, they're actually going to take that opportunity to revive Zen, which is a very good move. Just taking advantage of the chaos. UAV sent out. Gardu now catches a whiff of the potential infiltrators in their base. Our 3 UAVs. All right, 4 UAVs. They just want to quadruple confirm the presence of an enemy.
Yeah, I mean, they're being cautious right now, especially with how they're being placed. I couldn't get away from how they're being placed on the standings, and they don't want to be taken out that easily. So if they can take any advantage in clearing out the area and then just sitting in there up until the next phase shows up, then why not? But PE Sports, a team who has done so much from yesterday but not today, let's see if they can do it once again. But Onyx Olympus will be able to take down 1, if not 2 of the players of Todak, but still the battle continues for the team as 12 team still remains.
Well, Onyx Olympus now gets to keep command post. They've repelled the invaders, getting 1 point in the process, but again, not too big of a deal for them. They can continue to play safe. Todak feels like a group of nomads right now. They are going everywhere, but it really doesn't feel like they are finding a permanent resident just yet. Though they can choose to take this away from Alif, who is basically just static. He is not moving an inch.
Yeah, I mean, Alif, Raja, the last 2 guys, or each one would be the last guy from each team. And if in case Alif would get a whip on, there you have it. Information has been relayed and a 1v1 continues. Raja wins the battle. Homeboys goes back to the lobby.
Unbelievable. And just like that, Todak gets to survive, and that elimination not only gives him breathing room, but extends Todak's kind of a lifeline in this round. Esports against Heavy, also another crucial fight. Heavy, again, they need to win these encounters no matter who they're up against, but it just seems so hard. Heavy losing 2 people already, and they gotta split up. Vitan, he's just gonna buy as much time as possible for his buddy to get out of danger.
Yeah, and speaking of danger, I think RRQ Kazu is in danger right now as they face against attack all around. 2 goes down, 1 has been revived, and that's still on the ground. Legolas though just hanging out in the corner, just trying to sense anyone right here, but the UAV is making it troublesome for them. There goes Limit being hit, but Legolas goes down. Only Ma'al remains, and attack all around has dealt with a lot of elimination in that engagement.
Absolutely. That means that, at least for WAG, they continue to run 3 eliminations under their belt. Very, very split up. Look at the total elim stats, attack all around, and Todak currently leading the chart with 5 each, 5 apiece. WAG coming in 3rd with 3. BRU, a slow game for now, and Devil United finally getting a bit active with the grappling gun. Smelling something out in the wind, and it's Don't Cry, who is isolated from his team. Mr. 05 picks that up.
No, the ones knocking on the door right now would be a threat against Dewa United. Rhythm United has stepped into the area. Let's see if Dewa United Esports will be able to get away as Mr. 05 just goes back and forth trying to destroy the UAV. RQ Kazu though, a few of them going back into the fray and heading into the mazes. Let's see, or the shrines rather. Let's see if they can meet up with Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, Mio Nero just got the revive. Well, Onyx Olympus, this one's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a reverse Red Diamond getting shot from the back, but not enough to take him down. It's going to barricade himself first to heal back up. Diamond is going to get support from his friend, Onyx Olympus. They're not going to budge just yet. They're going to play within the confines of this building. It just uses glue wall to block off any point of entry, at least for now. And this is going to make life slightly hard for Reverse Red because them being up on the room means that they are open. It might be shot from different angles. Exposy, though, is going to start stirring some trouble on the ground floor. The rest of Reverse Red going to pour in for multiple entry points of this building. And Nameless catching Jack off guard and breaking the first line of defense of Onyx Olympus.
Expose just moving in and out right now, just checking the area and guarding the doors as Gary will not be picked up. Gardo right now was able to take down Saming and dashes away from the door plus the glue wall. But Expose trying to go for the pickup, but no! He goes down. Only 2 remains. Battle continues. Kiba has been brought down to his knees as well. And if I counted right, only 1 remains for Onyx Olympus. But he is stuck in between a rock in a hard place, and there's no way to get out as he's being chased with a portal guard.
Yeah, Gardu literally on the run. How far can you get, my friend? Esports on the other hand, well, you got the whole squad back. Gardu chased down. Doubts answered. Reverse Red with the elimination.
And that is it. But there's no worry really for Onyx Olympus. They have a 6-point lead, or 6-point lead against Heavy, who has been taken down a little bit too early in this match, so they can breathe a little bit easier, especially with how much they've done in that game. Now, attack all around right now, 6 elimination, and their next target would be Day United. Let's see if Jump God can jump his way into that elimination. Virus needs to be treated and vaccinated, but no! Managed to pull out the portal go, and the 2 players from attack all around is going in for the chase.
Jump God, he's not going to bother taking that portal. He's just going to beeline towards his target. Attack all around. Making it pretty hard. Virus finally found, and the antidote was administered. Attack all around. Having 8 so far. I believe one of the Devil United members just got caught. Kiroro finding him unaware, and that will be number 9 for attack all around.
Yeah, number 9 indeed, but not yet over, I believe, for Devil United. And attack all around. All they have to do right now will be to wait for the next contenders. But Todak, surprisingly, after that battle that they won against Homebois and the other teams who tried to chase them out, still alive, 5 elimination, and still getting in near to the next phase of the circle. So the only question is, which approach will they be going? Will they be flanking left or right? Because straight on ahead. It's so much open space.
Yeah, and at the same time, with the circle shrinking, there's not going to be too much room to wriggle around before you run into a second team. 9 more squads remain in this game. Stalwart, they've been quiet so far, but attack all around, they are the ones getting active. The portal go immediately drop, attack all around, wants to take the fight straight into the faces of PE Esports, and Jumgod gets a surprise, barricades himself with his target. It's going to be a 2v1 though. He gets overwhelmed unintentionally. Purgatory wants to support from the top of the roof, but that is not the weapon you're looking for. And PE Esports should be able to disengage. Karoro wants to chase them down, but PE Esports makes it back into the building. Huge rotation, huge movements for PE Esports. That's going to keep them safe. And now Limit ends up getting isolated. It's Don't Cry and Hong Ang from the back. The crunch is perfect. Limit will be overwhelmed. PE Sports now getting an advantage.
Oh, yes, indeed, advantage that they have right now. Pungod and Kararo, the only 2 players remaining. They both has the shotgun, but will they be able to defend themselves? Pungod, no elimination just yet, and thus he will be sitting this out onto one side using portal go to get away. But those close to them would be a different team. Stalwart Esports right now will be going in for the hunt, and Nero is being gunned down, or I would say naded down by Saifa, and there you go. PE Sports lost one of their members. Let's see if they'll be able to revive them, as one has already stepped in onto the circle.
PE Sports were doing so well, only for Stalwart to come in and really crash the party. And to make matters worse, to add insult to injury, attack all around just revived the full squad, undoing all the work that PE Sports has put in. RQ Kazu this time, again, not as dominant, a bit slower compared to the games we've seen them previously. Now being caught in a rough spot as WAG sieging their building.
Yeah, they seized the building, they took away all the resources, and now the battle is happening in closed doors. Maal goes down from the hands of Cyrus, as well as Kirin, and only 2 remains though. Abe High and Duts being stuck in between the houses, and the glue wall will be melted as the players of WAG, the Ghost, has been put down on his knees. Abe High, with only a few HP remaining, needs to top up and pulls up that glue wall to do so.
This is not going to be an easy fight. 2 against 4 dudes. It's going to get rushed. Abe High will be there to support him as Todak gets wiped off screen. But I think this might be the end of the road for RQ Kazu. They are basically boxed in. Those glue walls are not going to do them any good. They need to get rid of it. Circle is going to start to hurt dudes. You can see the panic setting in. Claustrophobia, they need to somehow break free of this. Tries to go for a boost. Dude's able to break free from the confines of that glue wall. Is Dolphin trying to run away, but ends up crashing instead. The rest of WAG pulling back, and Abe High trying to out-sustain the blue with a couple of medkits. WAG, they don't want to be a part of this fight anymore. They have done more than enough, and Sa Ming puts the final nail in the coffin on to attack all around.
Yep, only 7 teams remaining right now, and Reverse Red grabbed their 7th elimination and heading into the next battle. And this is where most of the fight is happening right now. Thus, the moment they drop, they pull up the glue wall, then smack in the middle, and Buriram United still alive and kicking. But they will need to deal with Stalwart Esports first as they head in on above. But Funa is still going in for the flank. 8 eliminations already from Buriram United. Another team goes down, bites the dust, and we are left with 6.
The next challenger on the list is going to be Stalwart. And they just saw Reverse Red in the center, but they definitely have bigger problems to deal with. The elephant in the room in this particular situation is going to be BRU. Stop, he's getting a couple of good shots in, but that is going to give away his location to BRU, who are just kind of circling around the bottom level of the sub.
Yeah, I mean, well, you can't help, especially with Do right now. Once he sees one, he do so and pull the trigger. But they do have a means of exit or a means of approach onto the next circle. Hopefully, they will be able to deal with Buriram United first before they do so. And Get High is trying to go up high as to where Stalwart Esports is, but they're stuck on that 2nd floor, nowhere to go, so they need to force the battle in their level.
And that means Stalwart, they have some time to prep this. What is BRU's plans going to be? They're going to check the exits first. You can see LVT hiding behind that barrel. Probably will give himself away to the blue at this point. BRU, it would be a good idea to wait this out if only the circle includes them, but unfortunately them and Stalwart will have to start moving, but it's already getting very, very crowded. BRU takes the portal, goes straight into the middle. They want to take the fight to the enemies instead. And Doom is going to get a shot onto Moshi. Fu now gets dropped by Saming. Two different teams shooting at BRU.
And one tough thing about this is we are looking at the top 3 teams coming from or for Kalahari, not only for the entire knockout stages. And WAG would be one of the team who's trying to knock on their doors together with RRQ Kazu. But as you can see, PE Sports has been eliminated because the final member who was trying to hide out has been taken out. And Stalwart Esports still making way on the side that they've taken. And BRU right now, Wasana having trouble getting in.
That is just a tough spot for BRU to be in. They made the decision to take the fight, but they bit on more than they could chew, and that means they are not going to be continuing any further into the final circle. Stalwart and WAG, they both have the full squad left, and this is exactly what WAG is good at, surviving. Reverse raid on taking point on top of the roof. Not having Diamond is going to hurt the rush a little bit, but seems like the plan is just to play safe and slow, but those glue wall melters are ruining that plan a little bit.
Yeah, and trying to build a castle of glue walls right now. They have so much of that resources, but I don't think it would last any longer, especially as Stalwart Esports will be doing their best to break that barricade. And Do and Caramel right now on one side is Sci-Fi and Stop, trying to going for the switcheroo in their position. And Stalwart Esports, this is the best advantage that they can take. Going in 2 levels right now on a 2 split, and all they have to do is wait for everyone to move out.
They have full control, like you said. Look at this. Reverse Red, RQ, Kazu, WAG, all fighting all at once. And they're just going to start flooding out of that building. This is going to be a mess. Feels like The Walking Dead. WAG just still sticking together as a squad. Saming needing to retreat for a little bit as Stalwart. They are just making sure that every single angle is covered, even using the Riptide Rhythm to break down any glue wall. Caramel, though, is going to be in the fray of things. Stops, got shot down. WAG losing 3 in an instant. And it really feels like Stalwart have primed themselves in a position to win this unless Reverse Red finds the clutch. Caramel realizes that his teammate is low, but he gets the spray down with the Bison. Yeah. And Caramel might have just saved his team in this game. It's a 2v1. It's just Nameless, the Magic Kid of Reverse Red, but he's blocked up by glue wall. He might have to play the time. Who can survive the longest? The glue wall goes down. Nameless forced to take this fight. Takes out Caramel. Needs to find Sci-Fi though. Behind the glue wall, Sci-Fi just needs to run the clock. Nameless tries to look for him. Could not do it in time. And Sci-Fi outlasts the odds and finds the booyah for Stalwart.
Stalwart Esports almost dropped the ball on that one, but it's a good thing that Sci-Fi has made the decision to heal once again, pretty similar to what we've seen yesterday in the same map. They won the booyah via healing game, and this is Stalwart Esports. I mean, quick reaction, the decision making that they have despite of all the chaos that's happening, that is what they are about.
Yeah, one of the best setup that would have secured the booyah for the team, but I gotta say, man, Reverse Red put up heck of a fight towards the very end. Nameless, the quick reactions, realizing that the glue wall drop instantly wins the fight, and given half a second, he probably would have been the biggest hero for Reverse Red. Still though, commendable attempt, but it's Stalwart who was able to outlast the odds just because they had one more member.
Yeah, I mean, it's a man advantage that they have right there. And still, Stalwart Esports, they know, like, they understand the name of the game. At some point, because of the number of opponents, I would say, that's trying to rush onto them, they weren't able to utilize their the plan to surprise everyone as they move out. And Reverse Red, I would say, props really to the entire squad. They have a lot of elimination in this match, and we are about to see the highlights that can recap most of the battle that we've seen.
Yeah, and for Reverse Red, again, they say that booyah is secondary, eliminations are primary, and they are definitely keeping that end of the bargain. Attack all around though, also getting very active in the early game, but shut down just as quick in that mid game. Very unfortunate for them. And you also have to kind of take note how Stalwart, they were involved in a lot of these scrappy fights in the early game, and the fact that they still made it until the very end with the full squad, that is impressive.
That really is impressive, and this is the setup the Stalwart Esports like almost failed to accomplish, because it was a good plan, it was a good approach, but they were not expecting the number of players, the number of opponents that they will be facing. And Nameless right there, good decision making to move using that Tatsuya for the rush. This is where it happens, just in time, goes in, takes down Caramel, but Sypha just beat him to it.
Yeah, the glue walls definitely helped out Sypha in a big way, but again, Reverse Red, they are showing their fangs, and Stalwart, this is one of the few rare occasions that they were able to beat Reverse Red, and even then, it's not like, well, Stalwart beat them in a 4-on-4 combat, right? A lot of things had to go right for Stalwart. Definitely gonna help their standings a little bit, but that means we have to unfortunately depart back to Thailand, and Thailand hosts talk to Stalwart Esports this time about that booyah on Kalahari, and over to Thailand.
Hi guys, come back again with STE, and this is Stop Car. Okay, our first question is, how do you feel that everyone said you got booyah because you are the god of medkit?
รู้สึกยังไงที่แบบว่าหลายๆคนพูดว่าเราอะได้บูย่าเพราะว่าเราเป็นเหมือนแบบเทพเจ้าแห่งการใช้เทพเจ้าแห่งการพันยา
ก็ดีใจนิดนึงครับแต่อยากไฟแบบไม่พันยามากกว่าครับ
It's like happy to get that titles, but it will be better if we won by fighting, not just using that kit.
What did you use to make the decision to choose who is have to defend, who have to use the med kit in the last fight?
ปกติเราสื่อสารกันยังไงแบบว่าใครจะต้องเป็นคนทำอะไรในจังหวะไฟท์สุดท้าย
ใครจะกันใครจะพันยา
แล้วแต่ทัมมิ่งครับแล้วก็จะบอกกันว่าใครเป็นคนพันใครเป็นคนลงไปเล่นครับ
It depends on the timing, so we have to communicate like who should be the one that go fight and who should be the one keep using med kit.
Oh, when you have like more than two decisions, more than two thoughts, how to find out the best one?
เราถ้าเกิดแบบสองคนคิดไม่เหมือนกันคนนึงคิดว่าควรทำอย่างนี้คนนึงคิดทำอย่างนี้แบบแก้ปัญหานั้นยังไงตัดสินใจยังไง
อันนี้ต้องพูดให้ดังขึ้นครับว่าเดี๋ยวพันเองแบบออกไปเล่นอะไรประมาณนี้ครับ
It depends on like how loud you give your idea. Yeah. If like you have to be the louder one to command.
Okay. Because if you have more confidence to do that duty, you will say it loud, right?
เหมือนว่าถ้าเกิดเรามั่นใจว่าเราทำอย่างเงี้ยดีกว่าเราแค่พูดให้เสียงดังขึ้นถูกไหม
ประมาณนั้นครับ
I thought at first that he will แบบว่า lead according to his IGL, but no, make it louder. So this is a tip, guys. You can follow him นะคะ because he already got the booyah. After 2 games left, do you think that you're gonna get other 2 booyah?
เหลืออีก2เกมคิดว่าเราจะได้บูย่าเพิ่มไหมคะ
น่าจะได้เพิ่มครับ
I think we're gonna get more.
Hope you will get it. So thank you for the interviewing, and now back to you, Showcaster.
Well, I mean, despite having donned the moniker of the King of Medkits, he definitely has a lot more to show, and it's good to kind of get the insight on the inner workings, right, in terms of communication, who makes the shot call. Well, this is, at least for Stalwart, is a collective effort. Maybe who's louder at the point of time, who has the best idea, but they make it work.
Yeah, who's the loudest with the idea that they have? Because with all the chaos that's happening, you need to be loud to be heard. But speaking of loud, Du has done so much in terms of performance, and this is not the I think with the MVP he's done so much, or he's shown so much in here, but not so much in the elimination department though. But if you look at the damage, I believe some of those has been stolen by his teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of the few highlight players from 2 years ago, right? 2022 FFWS Bangkok. When he was playing under, what was that again? Was it Nigma Galaxy? One of the star players, and definitely had quite a journey overall. There's dips in performances, but now good to see him back, taking control of himself and commanding his team overall. This lineup, there's no Tatsuyas involved if you pay attention to it, but Stalwart is all about hunkering down. It's all about playing these long-range fights, and give them the right environment, they really will pull off a good show.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a good show indeed, especially in the final circle that we have. But compared to the other matches that we've seen, not so much an elimination coming from Stalwart Esports, because it's only towards the last part that we've seen them fight against a lot of teams, and that's where they grab most of those elimination. So we'll see if they can, or they might be kicked out of that number one spot because of that, despite of them grabbing that booyah. But Nameless right now, 6 eliminations, still reverse red, going in and fulfilling their promise of getting so much of elimination despite of not having any booyahs.
Oh yeah, and I mean, again, the reverse red, I feel like they've been on the Hall of Fame for elim leaders. At least one of the players has always been there. It's good to see Kororo, Moshi, Wasana, the usual patrons. But the key players this time, Hong Ang, also pulling his weight, 8 headshots this game. Nameless with the longest survival time. Again, Virus revived his teammates 3 times, and Mao being the one who gets revived 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, survival time, that is something that we were talking about earlier, the survival points that might be grabbed if in case there will be any tiebreaker. But survivability alone, that is the name of, or I would say, the name of the game for Battle Royale. So good on Nameless to doing so much. But speaking of doing so much, Bison has it right now on the spotlight. Close range engagement compared to what we've seen on the long range, but apart from the Woodpecker, the M82B has shown up in here, 7 eliminations, so it kicked out the Woodpecker out of the picture.
And I think today's matches has evolved from playing long range fights to a bit more CQC in terms of frequency, so that's why the Bison showed up a little bit more. But this time, again, reverse red, booyah is secondary, most points is primary. Still having the most eliminations this game, albeit only being 12. Stalwart with the booyah at 8 elims puts them with 20 points. BRU, despite not being able to make it to the final circle, still able to rack up 15.
Yeah, I mean, they got 15 points, and they're not really worried about not grabbing a booyah, though they're not fulfilling the promise that they had. But as we look at the other teams, we have WAG who grabbed 14 points, good on them. PE Sports as well as a team who's trying to go and catch up against not RRQ Kazu anymore, this time against Expand to cross over the left side of our leaderboard.
And there is a chance for PE Sports to do that. They got 2 more rounds, but for Heavy, hope is definitely fading. They were not able to close the gap at all. In fact, Onyx Olympus, despite they are only 6 points ahead, that has been that has been the state between them and Heavy since the start of today. So for Heavy, I think crunch time, it is already over. You just got to give it all for the final 2 rounds. And Onyx Olympus, you get to breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, I mean, they have started this week for today. They will be staying for tomorrow. But let's see who's going to make a move. Now, we are going to go for a quick break. When we return, the remaining 2 matches continue. So, see you around.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024, and we are now on our last leg in this day. We're yet to see who else will be grabbing that booyah. We are hoping to see a few more of show-ups in here coming from other region, but for those showing up, I am still Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, and together with me this time is Husky, and we will be the voices that you will be hearing all throughout the remaining matches.
Last two matches for the day, last two matches for 6 teams, all of them from Group B, and last chance for some of these teams to really make a mark, to really leave a mark if they can. But not looking too good for certain squads, but others have really stepped up to the plate, albeit not winning booyahs. They are influencing the results of the match, and I just want to see, at least in this final rounds, especially the final moments of the teams from Group B, they make a splash before they wave goodbye to knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, we have yet to see 3 teams from Group B make their mark, because so far, Reverse Red, RRQ, Kazu, as well as Stalwart Esports has already made their booyah. We have yet to see PE Sports, if Homebois or Heavy will be able to do that, then especially for Heavy, who's only inches away and still from the beginning up until this moment trying to catch that top 12.
The literal definition of so close yet so far. Close but no closer, far but no further. This is kind of the situation that Heavy has found themselves in after so long of missing out in the international stage. This definitely is gonna hurt a little bit, but still, the night is not done just yet. They still have a chance to make an impression, and I just hope that in the final 2 rounds, Heavy really showed us what they're capable of and what the fans have been waiting for a long time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Heavy really needs to make that move. Last 2 chance for them to do so. And Onyx Olympus, though, has done so much to get away from them. So that is just what they have to do. Like, mimic what Onyx Olympus is doing, trying to survive a little bit longer, and along the way, grab all those elimination compared to what we've seen before. They start off with early engagement, and that is where most of the time loses out on the placement. So that's a big decision that they need to do and make right now. A little bit too late though in the competition, especially in the knockout stages, but that is where they can grab the few more points that they need to step in the top 12.
And at least get a taste of what it's like, right? It's not like they've not been there before, but more often than not, they were getting picked out of the top 12. And at least for some of these teams, they started stepping back that we might not get any further, but once they tend to play the role of devil's advocate, right? Start disrupting the standings, start disrupting the teams that usually have a good time. Let's see if Heavy wants to take on that role, because I know for a fact teams like Todak and Homebois, or even Flash, when we see them tomorrow, they are willing to kind of be that team. Game 5, we're heading over to Nexterra, and from what we heard from RQ, Kazu, their greatest enemy on this map, is thankfully not playing today. It's going to be Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, well, Falcons will not be here right now, but the top 3 for this map is part of the group that we have. We have William United, as always, Stalwart Esports following them, and then Reverse Red. Surprisingly, if you look at Reverse Red, they haven't seen any booyahs just yet, but still managed to catch up with Stalwart Esports. And the team that follows them in terms of Nexterra would be PE Sports, who grabbed 2 booyah in the entirety of knockout stage.
Yeah, which is pretty insane, if you think about it, right? I think the most points a team has garnered on any map in this competitive pool is definitely going to be BRU on Alpine. Last we saw it was 300 before we update the stats. Anyways, it's going to be 300 plus right now, but still on Nexterra, this is one of the few maps that really throws certain teams off guard when you're not ready for the extra elements they introduce onto the map itself. We'll see how this is going to play out. I personally am looking to see if Stalwart can maintain that performance, right? How far can playing away from other teams benefit them as we hop into Game 5?
Yeah, Game 5 indeed. The futuristic map of Nexterra is about to be reached by the teams right now. And speaking of reach, Heavy might have a difficult time in making that move, because as I look at numbers on Group B and C, they are at the bottom in terms of performance. So a lot of hopes for this team. Hopefully this time they can turn things around, as the flight is now good to go.
See, this that's going to be cut right through the southwestern to the northeastern side. Intellect Center is within reach, but you have to go for that mid drop. A lot of teams deciding to just hop out the plane very early, especially BRU. Look at the space that they want to cover. Grav Labs, Turbine, even Museum, they are taking over basically kind of the west side of the map already.
Yeah, let's see if there will be any changes in terms of how they are reacting to this new, I would say, like it's quite similar into the flight path, but the way they are on the standings really affects where they are landing. Homebois right now level 2 aggressive against Onyx Olympus, and Onyx Olympus, this is a good sign if they can take out Homebois, but if Gary and the rest of the teams will go down that easily, they might be losing the spot by the end of this match.
Not exactly the start you're looking for, but at least Homeboys didn't walk away unscathed, right? They didn't lose fights in the process. Onyx Olympus seems like they are the ones that's going to start making active moves. One of the members has run far away. You see if Homeboys Conspiracy kind of smell this, because I think that they're still actively looking for Onyx Olympus, but not in the right direction. Those UAVs not going to make it any easier. BRU showing up.
And BRU will be showing up right now, making it more difficult for Onyx Olympus to make a move. But check a little bit too close to Wasana. Wasana turns it into there you go. It turns around, go in. He gets the hit against a Jack, and this is where Onyx Olympus will be cut down to their knees once again. Now Funa trying to go in for the chase. See if he can catch up onto the two players. He did see them, and Funa will be backing off as there's no help coming from the rest.
Absolutely, and at the same time, even though Onyx Olympus were getting shot at, they still were able to wipe out a couple of members of Homeboys Conspiracy. Funa finding Gary with the swing. Second point for BRU and Homeboys. And Onyx Olympus can scatter into the wind, and Onyx Olympus drawing the shorter end of the stick, and as well as drawing the attention of BRU.
Yeah, attention indeed. I mean, this is one thing that you don't want to happen. If you are dragging or getting the ascension of Buriram United, and we know they are topping not only the leaderboard, but also this map, it would spell trouble for the team. Gardo right now stuck in the middle. He sends Stalwart Esports is on one side. Wazana is going in for the rush. Vector right now has been pulled out against the Bison, and Gardo is losing the battle. Wazana didn't even move for a moment, and Onyx Olympus has been taken out. And there you have it. Onyx Olympus down or out for the count right now, giving way for Heavy to grab the point or grab the shot on the top 12.
And I think most unfortunate part about that was the fact that they had no idea they just went up against one of the best CQC players. Todak, well, breathing a sigh of relief as Raja will be able to revive Wings in the process. BRU not done just yet though, still on the hunt. I think they just ran the Homeboys. Reverse Red trying to play duck hunting by shooting Todak from on top with a touch of WAG on the side. I think the ghost is stuck there in Farmtopia.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to be in right now, like in the middle of everyone else. Todak managed to survive the battle earlier, and they will be facing the wrath of Reverse Red. Though Todak moved back below the team of Reverse Red, and the rest is just being in a chase And a good thing that Nameless was left in there to go and find rest of Todak, and Raja goes down.
Oh yeah. And I think Todak still getting the revive in, and that means more points for Reverse Red if they can find Todak. So far, no luck. Stalwart able to get a point early on off screen. Now, making active rotations. They are also arriving at Farmtopia just as the mess has ended. In fact, they're shooting past Farmtopia.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit too far overshot that approach. Now let's see on how it will end up later. Nameless goes in for a jump, and Traps will be taken down. Kevin right now going in for the hit, but will be brought down by none other than Nameless. Third elimination of this guy, fifth for the entire team of Reverse Red. And we are about to see another team being taken out, but Kevin has been reviving here. Valiant effort for Todak as they try to survive a little bit longer, and they are doing quite well.
Struggling to stay afloat. Homebois is doing the same thing, going for the revives. Bro did get tagged, just minor grace from the back. Esports behind him, Raja in front of him. Kiroro now has a decision to make. I think he just saw Raja. Maybe he's gonna consider taking this fight, maybe get a point on the way out, wins it easily.
Yeah, I mean, wins that battle, and we still have 11 teams remaining at this point. Reverse Red, though, I mean, they've been hanging in there, trying to go and chase everyone surrounding them. Not quite sure if it's doing so well in terms of resources, as well as their HP, but receiving damage as well, coming from Heavy, who have spotted them and goes in for the pinch. Kabi a little bit too bold, though, on the rush. Let's see if with Kabi we can survive. And no! Kabi went in a 1v2. Jonah is trying to go in for the help, but Diamond jumps in from the side, shotgun in hand, managed to get away is Jonah, but Nameless will go for it and beat down Hans.
Oh yeah, and that is again not good news for Heavy. Sami just found Jonah, that's two for Heavy down. V-Time is going to be surrounded, and Reverse Red just goes in. This is another day in the office, another day out in the farm. Just picks up the scraps, finishing touches. I think Heavy still somehow alive in this game. Someone got away, and that is the least that they could hope for.
Oh yeah, I mean, if they can survive a little bit longer, even with one or two, but I'm pretty sure, like, I don't doubt that they can recover the rest of the teammates. But most of the time, if you are not in a safe spot, if you are out in the open or probably once congested by the other teams, and you pull back your teammate, that leads them to follow the fire, the shoot, and then that's where they are being hunted. So hopefully they can buy a little bit more time before they go and grab those coins or probably bring back their teammates. But for Heavy, they have been eliminated right now. I'm not quite sure on how many points they've grabbed in this point, because they only need 8, and with Onyx Olympus being taken down, that could have been their chance.
Oh yeah, it definitely. Now there's an opportunity for sure. Onyx Olympus, not a contender for once. Elimination Kings, though, still belongs to one of the players from Reverse Red. Homebois, on the other hand, having 4 of their own. They could take the portal go, and that puts them, coincidentally, within proximity of Todak again.
Yeah, that is one thing that really is that you need to get away from. I mean, the chase of Homebois and Todak has been happening like 2 maps ago, and no one, I would say, is making do with all those engagement. It's taking a while before they beat down another team, and the moment that they've cleaned out or eliminated the entire team, a new contender will be jumping on them. Now, Homebois has met the Buriram United, and 7 elimination already going in onto more, but Faiz managed to get out and away from this battle. So Homebois can survive, but with the UAV, it's not looking good. He will be spotted, and he might be taken down.
And that means Diamond, whoa, finds 7 and Butterfly. This guy is absolutely wreaking havoc. The Ghosts, in the meantime, the rest of WAG, they're going to start to move along with the circle. Oh, the goal spotting a full squad of attack all around. And instantly barricades himself, realizing that he might have incurred the wrath of a formidable opponent. WAG might have to stand their ground.
Yeah, they have to stand their ground, or if they have a chance, get away. But Bermuda United on their hunt against the final members of Homebois will be spotted by none other than Stalwart Esports. And let's see if they can fire back. They United, though, Virus managed to take down one of the players of Reverse Red, and they're still looking for a few more. But here comes the rush outside, and this might be a bait tactic that's being pulled by Reverse Red right now. So let's see if they United will be or will not be falling for that trick and can maintain their compound.
Oh yeah, and you see, even for WAG, they're trying to find attack all around on top of the roof. Attack all around actually has a portal go, I believe. And they're going to relocate. WAG right now will be left in the dust. Attack all around makes the first move. Me attack all around even left someone behind to see if they can catch up stragglers. Caramel, what an alley-oop. A 3-pointer onto Fires, and that spells the end for Homebois.
Yeah, that is it. 9 teams remaining right now in this battle. And Todak right now is being chased as well. Being trapped right now would be one of the players. Its wings about to be clipped. And we have no visuals from the rest, from the others. Oh, there goes Traps showing himself, but the distraction will not work for them. Wings, though, might be left behind, but Funa cuts down. It was Day United who brought him out.
And now there's an opportunity to get rid of BRU for good. Wasana and Moshi again. Dynamic duo. One up close, one from afar. But they need to somehow find Moshi. This man hides in the shadows and finding Limit of all people, even though Limit was not even a part of the fight. And that's point number 10 for BRU. WAG find themselves on top of the roof. See Stalwart flying across the end. PE Sports, on the other hand, also shooting at them from a separate angle. Starting to get a bit messy for WAG. They're drawing the attention of a lot of teams, and even the grenade onto the roof by Dewa United to knock Ghost down.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to maintain this position. WAG managed to pick up their teammates. The Ghost might be in trouble now, trying to heal himself, and Day United is still swarming around them. And on the other side, we have Buriram United being challenged by Reverse Red. These matches, these battles of engagement has been happening for quite a few minutes already. It might be troublesome the moment that the zone closes in. 9 teams remaining. Fourth going into the 5th of the phase of this circle. And despite of Nexterra having so many compounds, it still will be chaos once everyone is pushed in.
Oh yeah. Attack all around left with just one Poon God. Think he actually didn't get spotted. Reverse Red. Preoccupied with BRU perhaps. Moshi though is running towards him, and Wasana getting ambushed from behind. Poon God does get wiped out by Moshi as Nameless finds Wasana. That means Moshi is the last man alive. No longer the case. Reverse Red Diamond with the 15th point for his team.
15 point indeed. I mean, still continues to grab all those eliminations, never stopping, still gathering, farming all those points. And RQ Kazu, despite of them not having any elimination, they do have saved up so much resources to challenge Stalwart Esports. Now let's see, Abe High will try to jump high and away from the team, from the players of Stalwart Esports, but they're just going in for hide and seek. Mal right now for the rush, release the melters, and will try to go with a mini Uzi, but doesn't work for Yi. He has been shot at from afar, but pickup has been done, and the Stalwart Esports will be taken out.
RQ Kazu finally coming alive and active. Diamondo will get some payback. P Sports on the other hand, now swarmed by WAG of all teams. Losing the initial member, and WAG systematically working through the compound, forcing PE Sports to go onto the second floor. But WAG realized that zone is going to hurt a little bit. Dolphins struggling to get through the door, but even then they have to race against time and nature. Whereas in the center, it is heating up. Reverse Red against RQ Kazu, Nameless with one, and Abe traced, but it might not be the case. Abe trying to pull his weight, finding 2 in a row. The kid might be the savior for RU Kazu as Reverse Red also down in numbers. Saming turns the corner only to find Ma'ao and a charge buster in hand. Has to pull back a little bit. The tempo of Reverse Red stop and Diamond re-accelerates that to take out Ma'ao. RQ Kazu will not stand. WAG and P Sports fight continues on the side.
That's the thing. If Reverse Red still has a diamond on their side, despite of them being knocked down, there's still a good chance that they can fight back, and fight back they did. WAG though, Cyrus has been brought down, and that is because of Traps, who has been trapped and has been waiting in here in this corner of the compound. Now Traps right now being gunned down, nowhere to go. Todak would say bye-bye, but P Sports is trying to help them as he stays shut in, as well as throw in all those glue walls melters. So with a 3v3 situation between Reverse Red as well as PE Sports, once Todak has been taken down, the only question is who grabs the booyah.
Absolutely. Reverse Red again in prime position to make that happen. 22-23 points. PE Sports down in numbers slightly, while now evened up as Saming bleeds. But he actually stands back up in time. Well, knocked down again. 2 against 2. This time guaranteed. Nameless and Diamond, the two formidable rushers. Don't Cry is going to be spotted. LBT from the back. Diamond getting swarmed, and Nameless, he needs to get to Diamond as fast as possible. Diamond barricades himself, but Nameless is in a 1v2. Can he outlast LBT? Finds LBT. Don't Cry able to get the spray down, but Diamond back on his feet, runs into Don't Cry. It's a 1v1. Don't Cry with the glue wall, but Nameless takes that opportunity for putting the adrenaline rush. He is back up, and Reverse Red checks in another booyah for today.
It's not just a win for Reverse Red, it's a win for that Rise line that made it a 2v1 situation. I mean, being knocked down could have been a loss already, but that really made a huge difference. And we were looking at a shotgun gameplay from both of the players, or if I'm not mistaken, from PE Sports against a Bison from Reverse Red. But Reverse Red doing the thing that they do the most, get most of the elimination, but they grab their second booyah for the day.
Absolutely crushing it today, Reverse Red. My goodness, there's a beast from another universe. You can see, I mean, right now, still pumped up, still hype. I think Reverse Red, they can feel it, right? This is their day. Regardless of whether they get the booyah or not, they are always on that leaderboard in that Hall of Fame with top eliminations, or sometimes most eliminations, and that is the case for this round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of eliminations that has happened. A lot of teams as well who showed up quite differently compared to the other matches. But for Group B, this is a good move for Reverse Red. They managed to pull away from, or they can manage to pull away from Team Falcons, but with how much? Because they had 40, if I'm not mistaken, 40 points ahead of Team Falcons by the end of match number 4, plus a booyah and a lot of nations in match number 5. They do have one more match to play, but is that enough to let Falcons take, as Reverse Red will be taking the rest by tomorrow?
Yeah, I think, if you are Falcons, I feel that there's still a chance for Falcons to catch up. It is not too big of a gap, while considering that we're talking about Falcons' capabilities, but it definitely does strengthen them a little bit, right? That means that Falcon also has to bring that A game tomorrow. And we all know tomorrow BRU is a part of the 12 teams that are playing, so it's not going to be an easy one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, every time BRU is in the mix, it makes it very difficult for the rest of the teams to grab points, especially if you're facing them. Probably not an early engagement, but the moment you move away from your drop spot, heads over to the next phase of the circle, that's where a lot of teams fell into a tragic loss against Buriram United. So let's see, but this time let's bring back the highlight to what happened in here between the Reverse Red and PE Sports. Don't Cry though, so unfortunate that they lost that 2v2 battle.
Yeah, it came down to the smallest on margin. PE Sports worked so hard to bring it down to a 2v2 and a 2v1, and we saw how one of the Reverse Red members, I believe it was Nameless, he was stuck, not able to provide support, and when he got out, it was a 2v1, and still The clutch came through for Reverse Red. Well, I really want to know the secret to the success. Let's throw it over to the Thai host, talk to Reverse Red about that win.
Hi guys! Get back into the interview sessions from Thailand again, and this is Nameless from Reverse Red! Yay!
สวัสดีครับ
How do you feel to get the booyah, second booyah?
รู้สึกยังไงได้บูย่าที่ 2 แล้ว
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับ
happy
I heard from your coach that today Reverse Red are focusing on elimination, so I want to ask you that what is the difference between the pan that focusing on elimination and the pan that focusing on getting booyah?
ได้ยินมาว่าเหมือนตอนเนี้ยทีมรีเวิร์สเลสอะไม่ได้โฟกัสที่เก็บบูย่าแต่โฟกัสที่เก็บอีลิมถูกไหม
ครับ
แล้วมันต่างกันยังไงระหว่างว่าโฟกัสในการเก็บบูย่ากับโฟกัสในการเก็บแต้ม
แผน2อันนี้มันต่างกันยังไง
จริงๆก็โฟกัสบูย่าทั้งสองรูปแบบนั่นแหละครับ แต่ว่ามันบางทีมันก็ไปไม่ถึงบูย่าครับก็เลยได้แต่คิว
Okay, so actually we also focus on booyah, but we cannot reach to achieve booyah, so that's why we get a lot of elimination.
จริงๆมันก็มีแค่นั้นนะครับพี่
Yeah, and that's all.
You guys know that, right? Every time I try to ask them serious question, they're gonna give me something like this. Okay, next question is, today is the last day for you and your team. วันสุดท้ายแล้ว Okay. What do you feel?
รู้สึกไงคะในเมื่อวันเนี้ยเป็นวันสุดท้ายแล้วของรอบ knockout stage.
About your performance so far.
ครับก็มาเล่นให้รู้จักครับวันไทย
Just playing to let you guys know as well.
Anything you want to say to other regions?
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงทีมอื่นไหมคะ
ก็สู้ๆครับเป็นกำลังใจให้
Fighting all support for me.
ผมเป็นคนดีแล้วพี่ยูกิ
He said that I'm a good guy.
I can't believe you อ่ะพี่เชื่อไม่ได้เลยอ่ะ So this is Nameless from Reverse Red. Let's see that his and his team gonna get the last booyah for today. ต้องมาดูกันว่าเธอกับทีมเธอจะได้แบบบูย่าสุดท้ายหรือเปล่าเนาะเกมหน้า And now back to you, Shellcaster.
There you have it. We have Reverse Red grabbing their second booyah and their second interview for today. I mean, that makes their lead with Falcons quite huge. And I mentioned earlier it was 40, and that would depend on how much points they grab right now in that Nexterra match. But let's head over and take a look at some of the stats right now. This time we're going to go for the game MVP, Nameless. 14 elimination just for himself.
Yeah, absolutely insane performance from Nameless. This game, they had like what 25 eliminations. This guy got more than half of it for his team. So stellar work from Nameless. We've kind of talked about it at the start of the show. This guy, he might call himself Nameless, but he is definitely not that. How can you not be known when you always show up huge? And the craziest thing is, they are running a triple Tatsuya, and Nameless is not one of the Tatsuya guys. He is the A124.
Yeah, I mean, like going in there, rushing against the opponent with A124 plus the Awakened Andrew. I mean, it really shows that doesn't need that much speed. All they have to be is buffed up and is capable of stopping the opponents in their heels. But apart from 14 elimination, we have Diamond right here with 8, and unfortunate we have one player from Reverse Red with 0 eliminations, surprisingly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nameless, you have to be sort of a clinically certified psychopath to kind of put up this kind of performance with that A124. But of course, Diamond is always there by his side. Esports also have had a pretty decent round. We have LBT and Nero 4 apiece, and Moshi, considering the circumstances that BRU were in, also getting 4, pretty commendable.
Yeah, definitely pretty commendable. And these are the players that needs to be commended, apart from being revived back 4 times. But 4 revive coming from Limit, from Attack All Around. Nero managed to eliminate 3 players by grenade, and that's right now 10 grenades used. And I guess like 10, if you will be able to at least get 1 or 2 of that, that's already a good way to go. But speaking of good way, Woodpecker is back right here, but on number 3 and the most weapon used, and we've seen so much of close countering, close quarter combat, especially in the final moment where the Bison really won the game for Reverse Red.
Yeah, even the Bison getting so much attention this game. 21 eliminations just with that weapon alone. And Reverse Red setting the record for the most points in a single round to date. 37 points, 25 films and a Booyah to boot. And second team is PE Sports with a 17-point gap. They get 20, BRU getting 14, somehow still making it to top 3 despite an awful situation to be in. And WAG for once having a great round.
Yeah, definitely great round indeed. And just looking at PE Sports, with the 20 points that they have, they managed to catch up with the lead that Expand has against them, and it's up to the last map for them to increase their lead against Expand. This is what I'm talking about. They have swung over on the 9th spot on the first page of our leaderboard, and this is now in a lead against Expand. So they still have 1 more map to play, and PE Sports would be like taking a rest for 1 more day, or rest, I guess, for the entirety of the knockout stage.
Oh yes, and for Expand, they're looking at the teams behind them. It's WAG and Onyx, still a sizable lead. If we look at the difference between Expand and those two, so they're not too worried. It's all about regaining the spot from RQ Kazu and PE Sports. But I think Expand is not too hard for them to achieve it. They definitely have time to look at what these teams have been cooking up today, or at least for PE Sports, that's the team that they will be looking at tomorrow. Also, we're gonna head into our favorite game of the day. It's called Spin the Wheel and see what map we get.
Yeah, and hopefully no one will be tricked by the wheel. I have been once or twice, and let's see as to where it will be brought in game number 6 as it goes round and round.
It happened again.
Alpine.
I was just about to say, are we gonna get Alpine again? Well, Alpine stocks are going up.
Oh yeah, I mean, this will be, if I'm not mistaken, the 22nd match on Alpine, and they are already on the lead of the most maps played. They continue on.
Yeah, and guess who's gonna be happy? I believe the initial start with a B, BRU. They are going to be completely ecstatic that they are back on their best map. 316 points in total and 7 booyahs out of 22 Alpine games.
Oh my goodness. I mean, they might not have taken the booyah from the other matches as they promised, or as they told us in the interview, but this is a good chance for them to grab it. But we've seen that other teams also managed to take them down a little bit too early. So let's see on how things change. But speaking of change, I mean, Heavy still have a good chance to catch up, but this is their last and final chance if in case they push down Onyx Olympus onto the top the 13th spot. There's still a chance for Onyx Olympus to do it by tomorrow. So let's head over to our Alpine map right now, and let's see how the story goes.
Usually I don't like being a pessimist, but this is one of the few situations where even miracles might not be enough. The stars have to align, the solar eclipse has to happen tomorrow, the Aurora Boreal has to show up somewhere in Southeast Asia. So many things have to go right for a Heavy, but this is that one last ride before we play the outro of See You Again by Wiz Khalifa. Let's see if Heavy can make that one last match in the knockout stage a big one.
Yeah, let's see if this would be a big one indeed. But as you can see right now, the flight path is not too kind for those who are aiming the south side of this map, and early engagement might be happening, but no surprise there between Todak, and this time they will be facing Heavy at this point. So no Homebois contention right there. WAG right now is dropped in together with Reverse Red. So if Reverse Red keeps their promise, then they might be getting a few more of elimination.
It is Heavy's best chance to get that dream start over Todak. Well, by taking down Todak. So I'm gonna hunker down. I mean, Forest Red is one of the few spots where it can get a bit tricky with so many houses around. But Todak, they have pinpointed the locations of where majority of Heavy force might be. And Heavy tries to peek out a little bit, realizes that there are two angles that needs to be covered. Trogon in the hands of Heavy.
Ooh.
Raja is going to be the target that gets pushed. Good maneuvers, Hans from behind. And Kabi will be able to take down traps. And that means that Todak, they're not gonna get there in time to provide backup, giving Heavy some space to recover.
That's the thing. I mean, even if you have a good chance of reviving your teammates, at least try to prevent from them being knocked down and eliminated. So if the communication has been relayed that quickly, and I guess that is really a miscommunication for the side of Todak, they could have, or they might have been able to take down a few players from Heavy. But speaking of taking down, well, we have another team right now, which is Homebois, is being taken down by Onyx Olympus. 3 already onto the plate of Onyx Olympus, and this makes the job for Heavy a little bit tougher. But as you can see, Onyx Olympus only needs to deal with 1, and not quite sure if Faiz managed to bring back on the teammates, but the vending machine is just right next to them.
WG on the other hand are going to be facing off against Reverse Red. Well, your questions are answered. Homebois did not have any revives, so that is going to be the end of them. And Vitan able to find 7 off screen. Again, still good progression for Heavy overall. Todak able to get the revive. But is it going to be enough though? Vitan also doing his due diligence. Only the sidearm in hand. Not the best weapon. And Vitan knowing when to call it quits, asks his teammates to extend the lifeline for his team. And he's just going to do whatever he can to do more and more damage to Todak before he finally takes a rest. And Todak will force him out of that area. Diamond with the shot. Nasty woodpecker headshot into Krillin mid-jump.
Yeah, let's see what else can be done. WAG is being targeted. And I love how bold it was for Todak earlier. I mean, despite of coming back from the revive, jumps in, knowing that there's only one more in there into the compound, and they did what they need to do. But Diamond right now trying to do a backstab, and the ghost has been turned to a ghost, or not yet. But this is a good chance because Dolphin will be swimming out of the water and will be going in for the hit. Now, for RQ Kazudo, Dutz is the only one remaining. Only 100 free fire coins, getting that 300 additional, and might be seeing a revival for the rest of the teams. Heavy is still not yet, or Battle of Heavy and Todak still not yet over though, as they are coming back right here as Todak wings meets one Hans, and Uzi might not work for him.
And Heavy, they're in a rough spot. Okay, Hans able to get the initial one. Now trying to play ring around the roses. Try to thought too much about that trap. Able to keep wings intact. Heavy, after that great start, they're actually on the back foot now. This could be the final hurrah. Jonah timed out and Heavy out. Never really getting a chance to make it far enough today.
Yep, final match for Team Heavy. Only a few more from the beginning of the day. They have been left very, very close, but not close enough to grab the top 12. But battle continues. The story is still alive for the teams who are hoping to increase or to move one spot above those on the top 12. Now, Virus and Daewoo United, though, I mean, hopes might have been lost for them, but they want to grab a few more spots. Only 2 points below GOW, and GOW will not be playing today. And what they can do right now is disrupt the gameplay of the other teams.
Oh, yeah. We'll see. I mean, right now, for RQ Kazu, they're able to get everyone back, which is a good start. Let's see how far they can go from this point onwards. They're going to be hiding for a bit. The UAV flying over them. PE Sports just near the vicinity.
Yeah, let's see if they can make a move, make a mark. RRQ. Oh, what a hit by Maal! One shot, one hit. That is what the sniper is here for. And let's see how the rest of the teams react to this. Hwang An trying to get away. And Wei Hai going in for Hunt. Nero, though, I mean, he has a name. He's trying to get away. But he might not be the hero for the team.
Maybe not this time. Tag on around with 4 to the name. It's gonna be. This is ironically the slowest round we had today. A lot of teams are just pumping the brakes. WAG losing Cyrus and immediately bringing him back. Todak though, 7 eliminations thus far. Doing mighty fine. My fine number 8 as a WAG member. I believe that is Dolphin. Uh-oh. That means Todak is nearby and it's BRU, then might run into them again.
Yeah, I mean, this is just BRU just hunting the edges of the circle, going in for the vending machine, even the revive platform, because most of the time that's where they grab a few more eliminations, especially for those like hoping that they can grab more. UAP has been released right now, and Funa just made a U-turn, getting in onto Dolphin, which might not last a little longer, but no, they made their approach towards the flank. Still trying to find where the final member is, but they need to move forward though, as Todak has been spotted.
Man, they ended up fighting Wings of all people. Talk about being unlucky if you're Todak. Let's keep running. I mean, BRU, they haven't checked that building yet. Wings will be brought back. But BRU, they're going back for round 2. They're going back for seconds. And finally, Dolphin starting to relocate a little bit. At least wait until the coast is clear.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good plan. It's a good way as well, as Todak has destructed BRU at that point, and he has a vending machine right next to him. So, like, he can bring back the teammates, especially if he had the coins to do so. Now let's see, as they United really needs some bringing back. Maal right now in a battle in 1v2, but a Bay High a little bit too far though from this engagement. Virus is half damaged, and Mr. 17 and should go in for the hit against Maal. But as you can see, they have been spread out, and they have Sam 13 right now just guarding the area. Spotted one, Dutz on 1v2, and Dutz, there's no surviving through that.
I don't think Dutz would have won any of that situation, because he's gonna get backstabbed regardless. Or STE on the other hand, just spots PE Sports trying to run away, not able to get a clear angle. Cypher still somehow gets narrow though. They have multiple points covered. And just like that, STE able to do some damage onto the side of PE Sports, but not enough to keep them in place. So Stalwart ends up themselves having to make that rotation into Rai.
Yeah, let's see on what move will be done next by Stalwart Esports. Attack all around though. Found one of WAG. And will be taking them down. The Ghost has been taken down by a different team, and this is by Todak, but Wings has been hit, has been clipped, and they are just hanging in there, hanging dry, nowhere to go unless they have a portal go to use and move out. But they can be spotted, they can be hunted right now, as Attack All Around is about to do so. 5 eliminations already, trying and hoping to get more.
Oh yeah, and look at that, they're gonna just break down the glue walls for now. Every single member of Todak, well, yeah, they're all on top of this tower. What's the game plan? I mean, it's gonna keep them safe for now, but they do lose. Well, it gives a good coverage, but they do lose kind of the means to make those rotations, in the near future, which might compromise them though if the circle doesn't favor them. So we have here Saming. Close range combat him and LBT shotgun in hand. Might just catch the timing. Saming decides against completing the heal. So kind of expecting LBT to come, but LBT can try again this time, catching Saming off guard.
And that was like a payback from what happened earlier. LBT managed to bring down one of the players, Tatsuya, plus a shotgun, and then we just saw one flying in. So probably that's what have been waiting. And speaking of waiting, Do on the sniper, all you have to do is wait to hit that perfect spot, and Jack just went down.
Sweet spot. Sam 13 also found up Beihai. Mr. 17 rushing forward, but Mr. 05 ends up getting knocked down. And I think Virus also got sniped as well. But this time by Onyx Olympus, so two teams disrupting Dewa United. Not looking good. Behind him is Tackle Around. In front of him is Onyx Olympus as Mr. 17 finds himself completely stranded.
Yeah, stranded indeed. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And Mr. 17, Sam 13 really need to make a decision. I mean, they have been hanging in here for quite some time, trying to gatekeep Onyx Olympus. Yes, they can do so, but some teams are already stalking them from the side. That is Stalwart Esports. And as you can see on the minimap, we also have Attack All Around, who's just waiting for everyone else to move in. But Attack All Around, though, is in a tough spot. Not so much of cover, but about to go in onto the compound. Onyx Olympus, though, uses a portal go to move in. Backstab against Mr. 17. Nades being used right now to defend himself, and Sam 13 left behind. Not quite sure what the plan is for Sam 13, but survivability is what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, we just try to outlast as much as possible. But like you said, not sure how they're going to make that happen, as they are definitely compromised in terms of positioning. Todak still with 3 alive this time, takes the portal, goes 7, the first one to relocate. They might attempt to go for a pincer. Okay, never mind. They decided to just buy distance between them and Attack All Around. Attack All Around ends up getting distracted by someone else on the far horizon, and that's going to be PE Sports.
Yeah, PE Sports right now is just behind them. Similar story for Stalwart Esports. It's just different team, but the situation is pretty much the same. Stalwart Esports being stuck between Todak and Onyx Olympus. And there you have it. Diamond has been taken out. And, well, there's no booyahs anymore for this team. But for Onyx Olympus, I mean, they're slowly going down. The rush is being done and brought in by Saifa. And there you have it. Onyx Olympus says goodbye.
8 more teams remain, and Stalwart now without reverse red should feel a bit more confident. This their biggest enemy has been wiped out. PE Sports gets Attack All Around. Purgatory actually gets knocked down. Maybe an attempt to go for a rush, or maybe found out by Don't Cry. Feels more like it. Attack All Around. If they want to get to PE Sports, they have to go through Todak and Stalwart first. And that might be too much for Jump God. He is all alone.
Yeah, all alone indeed. And Todak is just surrounding them for PE Sports now. Wangan will be left out, just watching everything that's happening right now. Cyrus, though, tries to go in between everyone else. And the vehicle on fire. As we see Stalwart Esports onto the edges. Good cover for them, though. They have a huge rock and no one behind them. But in a bit, they might be pushed out as the circle is still closing in. So who's waiting for them? A lot of teams. I would say most of the teams who are in here, but the team who they are trying to challenge, especially with the compound, is RRQ Kazu.
Oh yeah, Dewa United eliminated already. Stalwart, they have a lot of control over the circle. In fact, they are the closest team to that. Shooting at BRU just now, we see WAG left with just 1 Attack All Around against Todak. This one, an extended fight that has not had a conclusion yet. Attack All Around in the building, and Todak holding on pretty well outside. Can't say the same for RQ Kazu because they are surrounded by the Sharks of BRU.
Yeah, Brilliant United Esports going in. Monster Truck has been pulled out. See if there is a chance they can use that. We can see them use it. But the focus right now is for the teams who is in the compound. And BRU, not really troubled at the situation. All they have to do right now is make sure that they have the team inside in check, as well as the one surrounding them. So Stalwart Esports is being targeted at this point. WAG, though, unfortunate for them, they lost the last and final member, and they will be, or we will be left with 6 teams.
Stalwart is one of them. Just now they see Todak. Todak starting to come under heavy pressure. RQ Kazu the first to crack. As Raja ends up going down, it's Stalwart to show up. Attack all around will deal the finishing blow. Todak also no more. Stalwart looking in the best shape right now. It's Dan BRU and PE Esports, but Stalwart, they have control of the circle. They're the only team with the full squad left alive. And they are starting to really make life of BRU hard. As BRU, they want to at least get rid of PE Esports, but Stalwart, they're not letting BRU go do that easily. All the utilities being thrown out, and BRU, the first one to get wiped out. The Stalwart against PE this time. Same situation, different team from Thailand.
Yeah, let's see on how PE Sports will be responding this time around, though they are in a disadvantage, 3v4. But they have good enough cover they can use. LBT uses that monster truck, tries to get away, tries to go for the backstab, but LBT dies in the middle. Now, Nero managed to get a huge distance, but Don't Cry is being chased. Not so much of help coming from Nero at this point. And this might be it. Stalwart Esports grabbing another booyah. Only one remains. Nero left behind. And there you have it. Final match, final booyah for the day. Stalwart Esports.
And I mean, them reverse red, we said if reverse red is around, reverse red gets the booyah. But if reverse red is not around, Stalwart gets their chance to shine, and shine indeed they did. It's a massive round. It's not enough to put them ahead of reverse red, but definitely enough to keep them close.
Definitely. I mean, keep them close, and everyone's just chilling in here. They're part of the top 4 teams, and we are seeing that like Stalwart Esports still continues with that approach. If you remember that final circle with the 3 teams, they always keep their distance. They're you did point it out, they were very, very close to the next phase of the circle, and that's where they stop firing at anyone. Just a few picks and a few peeks and shots, and they don't give everything out. All they have to do was wait for the team to fight each other, finish up each other, and then that's where they are ready to pounce.
Yeah, and again, they have definitely a more unique lineup compared to what is common, right? They are the only team today, at least the team that got a booyah, that ran a composition without the Tatsuya, just focusing on long range fights, being opportunistic and being able to hunker down for as long as possible, and able to pull it off, able to still play CQC if absolutely needed. But you can see all these long range pickouts from Stalwart, clean, calculated, and precise.
Yep, definitely. I mean, that's what you need in a battle, especially with 2 on the sniper. But this play by Diamond indeed, and I could say that's a 1v2. The other players of Reverse Red just played as a distraction. But speaking of long distance engagement, there's a lot of highlights, especially on those snipers.
Oh yeah, definitely. Look at this dude, for example, one of the premier snipers from Thailand. He is just landing all these 6 shots, and sometimes in pixel angles, true glue walls, angles that you personally would not expect him to land those shots, and he somehow makes it happen.
And this is the final moment where Stalwart Esports really made their distance, kept their distance, and maybe not really wasted so much of resources apart from the glue wall melters. And well, that is the end of the story for day number 2 of the last week of knockout stage. And I'm really happy that we're seeing double booyahs right now. Unfortunate though that Vietnam didn't get any booyahs, as well as one team that we were hoping will be able to catch up to that top 12 didn't make it that far.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they had 6 final chances, and none of the rounds they were able to take advantage of to at least step foot in the top 12, even just for a little bit. They just never got to make it happen. So it's just very unfortunate. I think it's safe for us to say that this is also goodbye to Heavy, at least, right? And for the rest of the team, there might still be a chance. Some of them are still playing tomorrow. I think Homebois Conspiracy is also another team that we can sort of say that it's been quite a run, but you know, the competition, it is just way too overwhelming for some of them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, hopefully everyone who will not be making on playoffs, especially for those coming from Group B, makes the best out of it. They have a good chance to study their opponent, plan their approach for the next year, and then that's where they can do and make those adjustments. But they might have that opportunity, but they need to start about just right now. While the other teams are still playing around, you are already copying and making all those adjustments from the background. So, going to hear from Stalwart Esports, the last Booyah for today. So, let's bring it over to the interviewers.
Already done with 72 games, and this is SEA. Stalwart Esports ค่ะ deal again our little cutie monkey deal เจ้าตัวน้อยเล็กๆน่ารักลิงน้อยอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
ตามนั้นแหละพี่
How do you see when others call you monkey deal
ตอนแรกรู้สึกยังไงที่คนอื่นเขาเรียกเราว่า monkey deal คะ
มันมาได้ยังไงก่อน มันมาได้ยังไงก่อน
I don't even know where it's come from
I think it's come from your coach
น่าจะมาจากโค้ชหรือเปล่า
ไป วันนี้เดี๋ยววางอันนี้เลย กลับไปถอดถุงเท้าวางไว้บนที่นอนเลย
โอ้ you gonna trap your coach หรอ
แต่คนไม่รู้ แต่กลิ่นมาได้แต่กลิ่นอะ
He said that today I will take off my socks and put on the coach bed
so coach แบบ not even know where the smell come from you love your coach so much right okay after done with 72 game already this is the last game you play and you got the booyah what do you feel about your performance so far and what did you get from it
คือตอนนี้เราทีม STE อ่ะก็คือเล่นครบแล้วทั้งหมด72เกมวันนี้แมตช์สุดท้ายเพิ่งจบไปตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับการแข่งขันที่ผ่านมาแบบว่าได้เรียนรู้อะไรแล้วมีอะไรที่เรา
เรียนรู้จากมันบ้าง
เรื่อง
รู้สึกยังไง
รู้สึกก็ดีครับแต่ว่าเราแบบว่าทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับ
I think it's already good but I think we can do better than this
What about what did you get or learn from it
แล้วได้อะไรบ้างจากการแข่งขันทั้ง72เกม
เรื่องเล่นวงท้ายแล้วก็เรื่องเปิดเขาดาวครับแต่ว่าเราแพ้
เปิดเขาดาว
ใช่แต่เราแพ้
what we learn is that is how to play on the last circle and how to we knock down them first but anyway we lose
okay so that is the big problem that you gonna fix during the week before we go to the Vietnam can you fix it
คิดว่าเราจะแก้ปัญหาของเราเรื่องนี้ได้ก่อนที่เราจะไปเวียดนามไหมคะ
อีเปิดตอนดาวเนี่ย
50เพราะเปิดเขาดาวก่อนตลอดเลยแต่ว่าเราเป็นฝ่ายแพ้นะครับสำหรับทีมเราเป็นอย่างนี้อยู่แล้ว
so it's 50-50 that you can fix the situation that we get them shot down first but we still lose and it will keep going on like this
หรอ
ก็คือแก้ไม่ได้
I heard that the problem is some communication like the latest game about the number of enemy right
ได้ยินว่าเมื่อกี้มีปัญหาเรื่องแบบว่าการสื่อสารที่แบบเหมือนกับคนในทีมบอกว่าอยู่ทั้งตี้เลยแต่ว่าจริงๆแล้วมีอยู่ไม่กี่คน
ในทีมมาบอกมีแค่2แต่อยู่เต็มตี้เลย
น้องอย่าเพิ่งไปน้องมันเต็มตี้เลยนะเว้ยพูดอย่างนี้เลยใช่เต็มตี้ผมบอกต้องเอาพี่ต้องเอานั่นแหละก็ตามเห็นเลยเห็น2ตัว
The communication with the team is about the last circle that somebody in the team so give the information that they are all full party but actually like all hold on
don't get in
but when monkey deal shark anyway so it's only just 2 so it trick inside the team
but I see true problem in it นะ 1 ITL said don't get in 2 he still get in ยังแหลมอยู่ดีปัญหาจริงๆคืออะไร
หมายถึงอะไรครับหมายถึงผมเล่นแหลมเหรอ
ไม่
หรืออะไร
เธอบอกว่าปัญหามี2อย่างเธอบอกว่าเฮ้ยปัญหามันคือเรื่องของการสื่อสารแต่พอพี่ฟังแล้วว่าเฮ้ยมันมีเรื่องของการแหลมอยู่ในนั้นด้วยนะเพราะเขาห้ามแล้ว
ถ้ามัน
ถ้าเข้าไปเสร็จปุ๊บจ้าเอ๋4ตัวเต็มทำไงอะ
ก็ต้องเล่นครับ ถ้าเล่นไม่ได้ก็กลับบ้านไปก็ไม่ได้กินกี่น้อย
โอ้
คือวันนี้เราทำดีไงพี่ เราได้กินอยู่แล้วเนี่ย
So coach put some motivation for you. If you did it well or you done well, you will get like a buffet.
Team buffet
ใช่ครับ กินอิ่ม แก้มโผ
Okay, so like good eating, then you have like more cheek and stomach full.
Okay. Anything you want to say to your fans because you are going to Vietnam?
มีอะไรฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมเพราะว่าเราอ่ะได้ไปเวียดนามแล้ว
อ้อนให้เขาเชียร์หน่อยเดี๋ยว
เดี๋ยวรอบชิงกับรอบพอยรัดผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ 1 ใน 3 ครับ
I will do the best on point rod and grand final at least top 3.
Ooh, okay. So hope you guys get what you want or you wish นะคะ Good luck นะคะ
มันกี้ดิวไฟกล้อง
ทำ
And
ไง
now
ทำไงอะ
อะไรนะ
ทำไงมังกี้ดิวคืออะไรอะทำไง
มังกี้ดิว
ท่าลิงใส่กล้อง
มีท่าแล้วเหรอ
last time say but goodbye นะ and back to you ชาวแคสเตอร์ with just 3 2 1 back to you ชาวแคสเตอร์
นี่ขนาดทำไม่ได้นะ
ไม่ติดจากพี่ต๊อด
Thank you, Dew. We'll get the host to work with you on that. But I'm pretty sure once you're done playing Free Fire, you can definitely be on the broadcast. Congratulations for securing the next phase of the entire tournament in Vietnam. I'm pretty sure it's going to be heck of an experience. MVP for this game, of course, is going to be Dew with 3 eliminations, piloting that Iris as his character of choice, 3,052 damage, 2 headshots and 3 knockdowns.
Yeah, I mean, it might not look that much, but when we look at damage, I mean, Dew really does what he does well, and we've seen that even the highlights. He mentioned that already as well during the interview. He made a decision to rush in even if the IGL says no, because he is that confident on his performance, on his in his skill doing so. Barros will be in here as well, and I guess it's a good plan, a good start for Barros as well to experience some of the matches, as this is the last game for this team. Elimination for the teams in total would be 10, if I'm not mistaken, 11 rather. So that's 11 eliminations plus the Booyah. Not so much though compared to the others, but again, having 2 Booyahs in a day, really, there's no reason to cry. But speaking of don't cry, we have him as our this match elimination leader.
7 eliminations in the bag for him, followed by 5 claimed by Kororo, and then 4 for Funa, LBT, and Barros from Stalwart. So at least we end the day not seeing Reverse Red kind of hogging some spots on that Hall of Fame. Key players for this game, the Ghost, savior of his team, Nero, the one being saved 4 times, and 7 from Todak, 1 elimination by grenade, and Gary with the golden arm this game, 8 grenades used.
Now, the Ghost has managed to pull up a great comeback. Earlier, he was the one on the most revived. This time, he is the one being revived. But for the top 3 weapons, Woodpecker still remains to be number 1. AWM, though, shows up right here. And this is where, like, most snipers has shown up. Trogon still in the list right now. So you can't beat the ones that has been proven to be better in both close and long-range engagement.
Definitely, I think, Stalwart contributed a lot to those long-range fights. PE Sports still tops the chart in terms of game standing points despite not getting the Booyah. They get 24 points this time, followed by Stalwart with 23. Tag All Around also making a mark, 17. Todak making a splash of 16, and BRU still hanging around in the middle, getting 14 for themselves.
Yeah, and for this, PE Sports will be able to grab a few more points ahead of Expand, if I'm mistaken, around 30 points in difference. Stalwart Esports, well, there's not so much to shout about. They've been in there on the top 5 as the rest of Thailand as well. But as we look, there's a lot of close calls, especially for those coming from Group B. But they have to say goodbye. This is the last day of the knockout stages for Group B, especially for those who will be left on 13 to 18.
Yeah, Homebois, Conspiracy, and Heavy. Thank you very much for being part of this experience. I think we wouldn't have been able to make up this knockout stage without their participation. But this is the end of the road for them. It's definitely sad to see them go, but I mean, every journey has an ending. But for Dew, though, his journey to becoming the MVP leader continues, as now he has the most MVPs. Not the most eliminations. That one is still held by Wasana with 229 under his belt. But still, Dew always knew he could pull it off whenever Star Wars has a good day.
I mean, he was able to sleep in against 3 players from Borneo United, and that's like MVP leader. That is a huge problem if not only 1 or not only 2 is getting it, because it will be spread around depending on how many booyahs you are getting. And if 1 coming from 1 team will be doing so much more, then they can hog the spotlight. But that is it right now for me, Neptune, and Husky. We're going to see you for another battle of Free Fire World Series by tomorrow.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?